Hello, and welcome. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to Diego C. Palace, to my very second morning football show at Diego C. Palace. Good morning to you all on Thursday, the 13th of February. And just want to say thank you for all the support thus far. That's been given to the channel, all the likes, all the comments, all the subscribers. Thank you very much. It means a lot to me, but thank you very much. Good morning. Today, of course, I would like to talk about, and hopefully you will all get engaged with, is what happened last night at Goodison Park. Of course, the last ever Merseyside derby, Everton versus Liverpool, of course, at Goodison Park. The return fixture is in April. I think it's the 1st or the 2nd, so it's only half time. Imagine that. But what an amazing football match, and going to be discussing what happened during the match, what happened after the match, and slept on it, and what I think about it this morning. It's always best to sleep on it. No doubt you've all watched the fixture between Everton versus Liverpool yesterday, where it finished Everton 2, Liverpool 2. My prediction, if you go back and my watch along yesterday, was Everton 1, Liverpool 1, and a red card for each of the teams, one player each. But there was actually more cards. But if you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace if you are new. Just going to get the earplugs on. Just a minute. Here we go. Oh, God. Right, here we go. Just got to, it's the only way I know how to check that the sound is, so it's all fine. Just going to check that the sound is all right. Otherwise, I may have to do the whole thing again. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace, and let's have a look. I think that sounds okay. Right, let me just turn that down just in case. There we go. And yes, so where do we start? I'm going to break it down in kind of like 3 or 4 sections. The first of all is, what was it so important about the very last Merseyside derby at Goodison Park? Also, the second part, I think, will be what actually happened in the match. And third of all, how everyone is sort of analysing the referee and the refereeing decisions. And fourthly, of course, of what happened after the match and the consequences of it, because there is going to be consequences of it because of what happened during the match on the pitch, and also after the full-time whistle went. There's going to be consequences for both football clubs, and I suppose for football in general, I expect. Where do I start? Of course, Everton hosted Liverpool at Goodison Park of the Merseyside derby, and because, if you didn't know, Everton next season, whether they're in the Premier League or in the Championship, they're going to be in a new football ground. So it's their very last time at Goodison Park that Liverpool was there last night, and it all unfolded. Full-time result was, as I said earlier on, was Everton 2, Liverpool 2, and Beto scored the first goal from that free kick, from that set piece, and then McAllister levelled it with that. If you look at that wonderful pass from Mohamed Salah to McAllister, and then later on, Mo Salah scored the second goal, and then at the end, of course, the Everton captain Tarkowski in injury time getting that equaliser, and the scenes that erupted beyond that. At the end of the match, of course, we all know that Doucoure, their Liverpool manager, Mr. Arne Slot, and one of his coaching staff, and Curtis Jones were all sent off. The referee was like, "Get out of my pub, get out of He had enough. Unbelievable scenes, but it will have consequences. I'm going to try and do it. I'm a Crystal Palace fan, so I'm going to look at it. Maybe perhaps I'm allowed to look at it as an outsider looking in and to best understand what it would have meant for the Everton home fans at Goodison Park. I've been to Goodison Park, and it's a wonderful stadium with amazing atmosphere there, and especially on evening kickoffs that I've been there against my Crystal Palace. And the design of the Goodison Park Stadium is it's as close as you can get, in my opinion, in design and acoustics and evening matches as you would get at Selhurst Park. But of course, at Selhurst Park, we have the best stadium and the best fans, the Homestay Ultras and all that jazz. But let's get to it. Right. The match unfolded, and as I mentioned, the first goal went in. So I'm going to concentrate first on what happened more or less into the match. And I think it needs to be said. And maybe it's easier for me to say it because I'm neutral at it. I think the first goal that went in, of course, that followed a set piece. And if I'm not mistaken, Liverpool defended that really badly. It was a set piece, and Liverpool were playing a defensive high line, and they were all along the penalty area. And they left not just a gap, they left a large gap. So the penalty, the free kick was taken, and it was roughly, it wasn't central, it was to the left-hand side in front of the Liverpool goal, about 10 to 15 yards out, but to the left-hand side. And obviously, all the Liverpool players and the Everton players were all along the penalty area, the line, and they were all piled up to thinking that the ball would be pinned to the back post. But it wasn't. It was put through an angle there that nobody saw it. And it was Beto for Everton, who had a very good performance, I thought, for Everton throughout the two halves. And he slotted in a goal. Now, for me, I think not just David Moyes probably practiced that with his players in practice, but I think many managers out there in the Premier League, and I expect managers in the Champions League, will be looking at that, because I do think that Liverpool are very vulnerable on set pieces, especially because the way they defend on a high line, and they just leave gaps. They were wide open. Of course, the narrative at the end of the match, which I'll come to later, what happened at the end, no one was talking about that defensive mistake from that set piece, from Liverpool defenders, from the Liverpool players. I don't think Alisson in goal for Liverpool was at any fault. That he had no protection. Literally, Beto was one against him, and he was just quick from that set piece, and Everton took the advantage. So I think that's something that opposition teams in the Premier League and in the Champions League, if I can see it, and I'm not a professional coach or a manager, I would expect that the next team that faces Liverpool, whether it's in the Premier League or in the Champions League, they'll be looking at, and they'll be thinking, do you know what? Liverpool are vulnerable with these set pieces. Let's do something about it in training. So, but no one was talking about that at the end of the match because of what happened at the end, no doubt. So I think that was important to be mentioned throughout the game. I think for the Everton side, just as a neutral looking at it, I'm going to get into the gritty of it, of what happened at the end, but I'm leading up to it. So it will get a bit heated, but I'm going to keep it as neutral and like a devil's advocate, if you like, of it, and be fair on both Everton and Liverpool fans. And why do I say that? It's because been brought up in South London, so how would I understand the rivalry between Everton fans and Liverpool fans, and then where Liverpool fans face Everton, which is going to happen at the end of the beginning of April. That's the return leg, if you like. That's the second half. Anyway, and I can't, because I'm not a Scouser, and but I have grown up and I have worked with many Liverpool fans and Everton fans, and they're both very passionate about their football clubs. They're certainly ones that I know about that I've brought up here in London, but they absolutely love both of those football clubs. So there's a lot of there. There's a lot of I expect from youngsters that are brought up in the wonderful city of Liverpool, whether they're blue or whether they're red. It goes back not just when they were brought up in the city of Liverpool as young scousers in Liverpool, but probably from what they've heard and what they've learned from their parents, from their guardians, from their grandparents, it goes back. It goes back, and there's a lot of history going on. Hence why it was such a massive fixture, the last ever Merseyside at Goodison Park. I think for Everton, as a neutral, looking at it quickly, without going too much in detail, I think the best two players for Everton, for David Moyes there, was Doucoure and Beto. And I said that throughout the watch along yesterday. And as David Moyes was interviewed by TNT Sports at the end, he agreed with me. So I kind of tick that. I'm not experienced coach manager, but I can read a game. And I thought that Doucoure and Beto in the football before Doucoure did that madness at the end. Let's just leave that there for the moment. Okay. I think Garner and Ndiaye did very well in the pivot in midfield for Everton. And that's what David Moyes has introduced since in the last 2 or 3 games for Everton. As for Liverpool, I've often said before that what's the, if you like, it's the sauce, the Michelin star sauce that brings it all together for Liverpool, whether it's the defense or the attacking play from Liverpool, from the transition from defense to attack, is that midfield of Gravenberch, McAllister, and Szoboszlai in there. I've said it not just this season, I said it the last season and the season before that. Go back and check it. I've been saying that. So when Jurgen Klopp was there, I said that is how I think. Then last year and the year before, and definitely this year, I think that's how teams need to, try and stop Liverpool, is to unsettle that link-up play, that defensive and that attacking prowess of McAllister, Gravenberch and Szoboszlai in that midfield of Liverpool. Why do I say that? It's because if you unsettle that, you open up the protection that they give to their backline of normally Conor Bradley, Ibrahim Konate, Virgil van Dijk, and of course Robertson. But I think that's why it's so important, is because if you just leave it as an opponent team against Liverpool, and I've seen them at my Selhurst Park this season, I was there. If you leave it when Mo Salah is coming at you down the Luis Diaz on the left-hand side, and normally Mohamed Salah on the right-hand side, and they usually put Cody Gakpo up top, it's too late because their transition from defence to attack, Liverpool are extremely fast, formidable, really good at it, and it's like at pace, one-touch football, and it must be a very difficult thing to defend for wing-backs, for centre-backs, and even for their position, for my midfielders to try and stop that. It's too late. So in the start of this match between Everton and Liverpool, it was slightly different because Arne Slot selected to put Luis Diaz centrally and Cody Gakpo out on the left-hand side. I'm pretty sure about that. So slightly different there. And I remember seeing throughout the match, the first half and the second half, a lot of Mo Salah coming in deep, helping out, protect that midfield of Gravenberch, Szoboszlai and McAllister, and Mo Salah coming in, linking up food balls through the angles up to Luis Diaz and Cody Gakpo. For Liverpool, I think their player of the match in playing time was, I think, Mo Salah. If you look at when he crossed that ball for the equaliser for McAllister, look at that pass from Mo Salah. It was just outside the penalty area, and he had a player in front of him, like literally in front of him, but he managed to ping the ball with the outside, I think, from his left foot over to where McAllister was situated in the middle of the penalty area, and then he did the rest. But I think the quality of that pass is what made that goal for Liverpool, that equaliser, the 1-1. Now, the And then later on, of course, Mo Salah scored. I kind of attempted when it was 1-1. I said to myself, I think there's a player that's going to probably score the winning goal, the second goal. And I said it during the watch. I said, I've got a feeling it'd probably be Mo Salah because he's just written in the stars for that football club to go to Goodison Park on the last day of the last Merseyside derby. And he did. I was like, there you go. I said it. The stars constellations lined up and Mo Salah scored and Liverpool went 2-1 up. Now, I think throughout the first half and the second half as a neutral, and this is where I'm going to come into the referee, I think some decisions were correct by the referee. I have put in the description the referee. We all know is Mr. Michael Oliver, and the VAR referee was Mr. Chris Kavanagh. I pronounce his name. And I think for the first 10-15 minutes, I think the officials held back from issuing out any yellow cards. And if I'm not mistaken, the very first card was around the 30-minute mark. And I think it was about 27 minutes to Robertson. I didn't think that was a yellow card. But I guess Michael Oliver, one of the most experienced managers that they're in there. And I was saying that carefully because I know everyone is like still this morning very sensitive about the officials. And I'm going to come to that now. I think they got a spot on in the first 10 to 15 minutes. And because there were some real hard challenges from both sets of players early doors. And you would expect that because it's Everton versus Liverpool. And in April, when it's the sort of return leg, if you like, there's going to be hard challenges and tackling from both players. So the officials have to, I suppose, compensate for that fact into the rivalry between both sets of players, even more so now because of what's happened last night. That's going to happen in April now, April 1st to 2nd, where Everton go to Anfield. Now, I think after the 20-minute mark, that's when I think the official, Michael Oliver, said, right, I need to put a little stamp on this. I thought as a neutral that sometimes the decisions that he gave to Liverpool and sometimes he gave to Everton, I was like, not sure. Okay, maybe not sure. So I think in some places he got it right and sometimes he got it wrong. And when you watch a replay, sometimes, of course, things look a bit worse. And but overall, I think, if I'm not mistaken, before the madness at the end, I think it was Liverpool, if I'm not mistaken. No, it was the home side. It was Everton who actually got more yellow cards. Because they got a yellow card in 37 minutes and 35 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. And at the end of the first half, it was only Robertson who had a yellow card for Liverpool. I think I'm right in saying that. Perhaps I think maybe Conor Bradley got a yellow at half time. Now, so I think the officials throughout the match, they gave some decisions right and wrong. As a neutral, I thought it kind of more or less evened out, but a bit, it was on the edge to help Liverpool, actually, I have to say. And Everton had more yellow cards at the beginning of the second half. Those are facts. What I think happened right at the end of the equaliser is the ball was out on the left-hand side of the Everton penalty area, and the ball came across over, and he actually landed in the middle of the Liverpool penalty area. It bounced once, and then he actually took off. As it bounced in the middle of the penalty area, if you watch it back, well, I've watched it back a few times just to double check, there was never a Liverpool player there. There was never an Everton player there within 5 up to 10 yards of the ball bouncing. So just think about it. The ball got pinned from outside the left-hand side of the Liverpool penalty area. It goes in and it bounces. It bounces so hard that then it takes off again. And then that's when the drama begins. So the ball it's bounced there. If you look back when it bounced in the penalty area there, I saw it, the nearest player there, I could be wrong, but the way I read it, The nearest player to them was Curtis Jones, but he wasn't within 5 yards. So basically, the ball was allowed to bounce in it. So Liverpool defenders there, why was no one there to get a foot in there or get a header in there and get it cleared from your penalty area? That's number one. More importantly, why was the ball not stopped from coming in the first place? Anyway, but the ball bounced up, and as the ball bounced up, and it was coming down on the right hand side of the penalty area. There was a foul. There was a foul on Ibrahim Konate. And that is, if you look at the replay, at that point, Mr. Arne Slot, the Liverpool manager, was furious because obviously by the time that he'd seen the Everton captain, Tarkowski, making that equaliser, he ran off. He was within his technical area and he ran towards the fourth official and then he pulled back. But things were said then, and so he went towards the officials. Now, Everton then equalised by Tarkowski, and it's a well-taken goal there. And I have to say, the Everton players then went and celebrated to the right-hand side of the pitch, say the Liverpool goals in front of me, they scored, and then they went towards the right-hand side, and then they celebrated over there together. And it's all Everton fans on that part of the Goodison Park Stadium. However, Doucoure was on the left-hand side, and for whatever madness of a reason, he felt that he would not go and celebrate with his own players, that equaliser. He decided to turn to the left and walk towards the area at Goodison Park where the away fans stand. Now, I've been there, I've stood there, because I'm just trying to picture it out for you lot. And okay, let's do it this way. Pretend that that's the football pitch there. Let's just leave that so you don't see anything. So that's the football pitch. That's the penalty area of Liverpool. And the Everton fans went over there to celebrate with their fans over there. But Doucoure was over here. And he went over to this side, this stand here. I don't know what it's called at Goodison Park. And this section here is where the away fans stand. Now, if you are standing there as an away fan, nearly dropped over my coffee there, my tea. What happens is the dugouts of the manager and the technical area are over here. And as we all know, that anyone who's been to Goodison Park, well, when the match is finished, they have to then walk across all the way back here because that's where the tunnel is over here. So yeah, so it's over there. Basically, the two benches for the both managers are on that side. What occurred is that Doucoure was still on here on the left-hand side, and instead, as I say, instead of him going over there and celebrating with his players, he then decided to turn around and then face the away fans that were here, i.e. the Liverpool fans. Well, I'm going to quote what Rio Ferdinand said to TNT Sports, and I think he's absolutely on the money there. I mean, with Doucoure not going to celebrate with his own fans, he didn't just stand there and give a bit of sort of a bit banter back to the Liverpool away fans. He actually started to walk towards them and started doing that, yeah, you know, and all this. But he actually started walking towards them. As that occurred, if you look back at the playback, at the replay, Curtis Jones was literally beyond the penalty area spot, sort of over here. And the moment that he saw Doucoure not going to celebrate with his players, but going towards the Liverpool away fans over there, he belted him. I mean, he ran so fast between there and there, Usain Bolt would have been impressed. Real talk. He ran over there and he confronted Doucoure. Well, that's putting it very mildly. Before I get into that bit, I'm going to say this. Had Curtis Jones used that speed when he saw the ball being pinged over from the left-hand side and then he bounced into the penalty area and cleared the ball away, then there wouldn't have been they wouldn't have conceded that goal. I'm just putting that as a neutral. But rightly, Curtis Jones went over to Doucoure and he tried to defend his Liverpool away fans. Okay, I've been there at Goodison Park, and if I would see a Crystal Palace player do that, I would be applauding it, because I'd be saying, you are right to tell the home football fan player, all right, you've made your point, you've scored your goal, now clear off, go and celebrate with your lot. Don't do it in the face of the Liverpool fans. But then again, I'm going to go into what Rio Ferdinand said. Given the circumstances, because it's not just Everton versus Liverpool, it was the last Merseyside derby at Goodison Park. To go over to the Liverpool away fans, given the fact that they've just conceded and dropped 2 points, that was probably out the window for the Liverpool fans. They were probably really, really, really upset. I mean, that's pointed very mildly, but Rio Ferdinand pointed it out. For him to then go towards the Liverpool fans there, it's like lighting a match. Those were Rio Ferdinand's point of view on TNT Sports, and he's spot on. It's like you're lighting something that's just going to go up. With hindsight, I think what Jones should have done is run over there and not got into his face, but got in between the so basically Curtis Jones should have come over and got with the Liverpool fans behind him and said to Doucoure, just clear off, and who knows what else to say to him, but don't touch him. Because the moment that you reach out and he grabbed him to try and turn him, because obviously the emotions and the occasion and whatnot, then Doucoure responded by grabbing him. By then they were like really grabbing each other, trying to swap shirts, or probably even more. And then obviously the players came in to try and separate them. I don't think there was only players there trying to make it more. They were trying to just separate them, and then the officials getting. I even saw 2 members of the police getting in there, just like, can we separate this? And that's when it started to get a little bit ugly, to the point that this is the bit where I'm going to say it. Given the circumstances and the situation of the majority of the fans in that stadium were Everton fans, and a small allocation were for the Liverpool fans, for anyone to encroach into that space, as Doucoure tried to do, it's just inciting something. Something can go very wrong. There is so much or so many stewards that could be made. The ratio of fans to stewards and I suppose the police and all the safety people at the stadium, it's not the same amount of ratio. So something can go very wrong. And you saw the pictures, fans and everything, some of them actually encroached onto the pitch. So they had to contain that situation. And that all happened because Doucoure felt a need to go over, not just on the pitch and just walk away, but go over and give it to the Liverpool away fans. I've worked with Liverpool fans and I've grown up, actually, most of the time. I used to play with one Liverpool fan back in the day. And there's a line you just don't cross with a Liverpool fan, guys, when something is going against them in the field of play. There's a line you just don't cross, because if you do, it's a point of no return. And that is the danger, because you've got a full capacity of football fans there. The ratio of stewards, of safety people there to contain that, it's minimal in respect to the numbers of football fans. It could have got even worse. So I think there could have been more repercussions later on because of what occurred. What didn't help the situation with that is the moment that that occurred, as I saw it, after they managed to separate them all from that situation, Doucoure didn't walk away and he didn't have to go back to the bench. If you've been sent off, you should go down the tunnel and you should be out. And of course, he never did that. He kept on staying on the pitch, and I think that made it even worse. And even what I don't understand is, if I'm not mistaken, Doucoure was sent off. Hold on a minute. So the goal, Doucoure went over there and it all kicked off. And when the referee saw that, he gave a red card to both Doucoure and Curtis Jones. Do I think Curtis Jones did anything wrong? On the whole, with all the passion and all the emotion that probably he was feeling to protect the Liverpool travelling fans, no. But having slept on it overnight, I'm thinking the thing that he, with hindsight, that he did do wrong is that he grabbed him and turned him around and says, "Look, get away from my fans. Don't touch anyone." Gee, he should have just got in between Doucoure and the travelling away fans and just signal him to just clear out. But that's easier said than done with hindsight and the day after. So it was too late. The moment Curtis Jones grabbed him and tried to turn him away and pull him away from the Liverpool fans, because he was still walking towards them, then the referee has no option but to give him a red card. Now, my understanding is that when you get sent off by a referee on the pitch, you don't hang about for seconds. And if you do, then you're only inciting more situations. And given that environment, as I say, with the Everton fans, you can see all the stewards, all the security people there trying to confine everything, trying to put everyone back into the stand where the fans should be and not on the on the grass, on the pitch. It's a difficult situation. The well-being and the safety of the football fans, of the visiting officials from the opposite club, from your own officials, everyone at the football club has to be of paramount of importance. But what lit it all up, it was Doucoure going over there and thinking, I think I'll have a bit of seconds on this. And then even when he got the red card, he was still hanging about. And the proof of the matter is if you look at it, after the referee blew for full-time whistle, they obviously, the officials positioned themselves in the middle of Goodison Park in the pitch. And then Arne Slot then came up towards him. He shook his hands, shook the hands of the officials, and then that's when the red card went off for, I understand it, for Arne Slot and possibly for one of the assistant coaches of Arne Slot. But if you look at the pictures, I've put it on the thumbnail. Doucoure was still on the pitch doing this, inciting more on Virgil van Dijk as he was standing there in front of the referee and all the officials to shake hands and to say, well, the game is done. And Doucoure was still on the pitch, but he'd been sent off. So I think the FA, I wouldn't be surprised if the FA will be looking at that. Since if you've been sent off, why is it that you had to wait after the whistle went and you're still there trying to give a bit of banter to the opposition players? Why is it so important? It's twofold. And I'm going to say this, and I think throughout this season, I think the manager, when in the Premier League, that has felt that decision have gone against him, against the results, perhaps justified, it's been Mikel Arteta. He's been saying things about the officials after matches to the extent that things have been getting way out of hand. And now, consequently, in every press conference, now you see Mikel Arteta in the press conferences saying, let's calm this down now. But it's too late now. My point being is that the managers, the coaching staff, of course, they're not robots, they're human, and there's emotions running by. But for goodness sakes, once the whistle blows, the whistle's gone. They've got to try and contain that, because as much as I don't like some of the refereeing decisions that Michael Oliver and let me get his name right, let's be right. Chris Kavanagh has done against my Crystal Palace at Selhurst Park, especially when we face Liverpool as an example. I mean, everyone must remember, we were in the Liverpool penalty area, facing the Homestead end, trying to score a goal. Mark Gahey was fouled. His arm was pulled out of his shoulder socket, and Mark Gahey was demonstrating with the officials at the time, saying, well, didn't you see the foul? We should have a penalty. and we never got anything. That was Virgil van Dijk or Mark Gahey, and he never even went to the VAR or anything. So sometimes when I see that as a football fan, I'm thinking, where's the consistency here? So with Michael Oliver and Chris Kavanagh, yes, some of the decisions I think as a neutral, they weren't right for Everton and for Liverpool. But Arne Slot, in my opinion, throughout that game and in recent games, he's been getting a bit agitated on his dugout. And I don't understand what he's doing now, because he's got the backing of the Liverpool fans as I see it. He's got his Liverpool side at the top of the Premier League, at the top of the Champions League on merit. But Arne Slot has not had to go into the transfer window and bring in players to replace injured players or because of players have left. There was no activity in the transfer window, if I'm not mistaken, for Liverpool in January because of amazing squading that they've got in place. So given that, and the fact that he didn't have to build that, all the other managers have had to do that in the Premier League. Let's point that out. I'm not disrespecting what Arne Slot and his coaching staff have done from the beginning of the season to the present day, because, as I say, they're top of the Premier League and they're top of the Champions League. Well, they're into the next round as well. That speaks for itself. But this is against Everton. As Virgil van Dijk said at the end of the match, being interviewed by TNT Sports, Virgil van Dijk says, for the Everton players and the Everton fans, not his exact words, this is like their FA Cup final. Arne Slot and the Liverpool players should think we're above this. Yes, this match is extremely important. I'm sure they understand that, professional players and managers and coaching staff for Liverpool. But they're going for the Champions League and the Premier League. I presume they're trying to win both. I think they should do it. They may do it. But why is Arne Slot, when the decision goes against him on the pitch, running from his technical area, boom, into the face of the fourth official? Number one. And number two, at the end, is still on the pitch after the whistle's blown and is still letting out steam. I think the managers, I'm not going to take away from them the emotions that they have, because they're humans and they're going to be responsive. It's an emotional game. But they've got to pull it back, because not only Arne Slot was upset with the fourth official and with the referee, and I've looked at it, and yes, Ibrahim Konate was fouled. Absolutely, that goal could have been chalked off because he was fouled as the ball bounced and then it bounced back up into the air. Ibrahim Konate was fouled. But the manager demonstrated with the fourth official and the coaching staff demonstrating with the fourth official, and then at the end, again going into it, and they've got to take in consideration that at that particular moment in time, the stewards, the officials of Goodison Park, of Everton, were trying to contain the situation. It could have gone real bad. You saw fans that were spilled over, because when that happens, no one stands. When you go to Goodison Park and you're there as an away fan, you never sit down. You're always standing and you're watching it. And when something like that happens, the momentum brings all the fans forward. And some fans were on the grass. So Everton were trying to contain that. And not furthermore, as I said before, the way the pitch is designed, at the full-time whistle, the two benches, the two technical areas are over here, the away fans are here. They all have to go, the managers and the staff, they have to come across to that very corner where it all kicked off. It could have got more ugly, and I think it needs to be diffused. I think they need to tell both the Liverpool fans and the Liverpool players, but more in particular the Everton players, that in the return fixture at Anfield between Liverpool and Everton, which is I think the very first few days in March, in April, I beg your pardon. Let the officials do their thing, and if you're not happy with something, just keep it on the pitch, but keep it there. Don't go towards the fans, because that's when things can go wrong. The safety of everyone has to be. I mean, no doubt that the FA, when they look at the whole report of the referee, of the officials, of the security and all the safety things, they're going to put all that into one pot, look at it, and there's going to be more repercussions for both teams down the line. I believe Arne Slot got a red card, and one of his coaching staff got a red card. I'm going to go back to what Curtis Jones did to defend, if you like, the honour of the Liverpool away fans. And I'm going to go into this again. If I was a Crystal Palace fan and one of my players was doing exactly what Curtis Jones did to defend me, because one of their players scored a goal and it shouldn't have been ruled out, actually, because of bad decisions by officiating, whether intentionally, of course not intentionally, it's a mistake. That goal should have been chalked off because there was a foul on Ibrahim Konate. But I would have been absolutely fuming. So would I have been upset if a Crystal Palace player came in to move away, say, the Everton player as it was coming? No, I would have been in his corner. Real talk. But with sleeping over it into the next morning, the only mistake that Curtis Jones did was to just grab him. Get away from my football fans, from the Liverpool away fans. So he was defending their honour, their space, if you like, at Goodison Park. But even after that, Doucoure didn't click that he had created a safety concern for the stewards, for the security, for the police, for everyone at the football club. He just didn't click it. He didn't think it was important. The safety of the fans, the safety of the players themselves, the safety of the coaching staff, of all the people that are in the stadium has to be of paramount importance. And Doucoure he didn't get it. And even after the whistle, I've put it on my thumbnail. Doucoure's there still giving it as Arne Slot is going to shake the hand of the officials. He's still at it. So I think the FA is going to probably look at that, because my understanding is once you get a red card, that's off, son, or ma'am, you're off the park. Get off, down to the changing room. And after the whistle, as I say, as the officials were shaking the hands of everything, look behind the referee, Doucoure was still there, giving it large to Virgil van Dijk. So I think they might go there. For me as a Crystal Palace fan, I'm glad that Doucoure is not available, because we're facing Everton at Selhurst Park on Saturday at 5:15 or 5:30. So that's a player that I'm glad that's not playing against us on Saturday, given our home form at the moment for Crystal Palace. Please just do everything you do in the away trips. Do it on home matches. We've only won 2 matches at Selhurst Park, but I'm sure we're going to turn the corner with Oliver Glasner. So for me, I think it was important, that match, how it unfolded. I think everyone's talking about what happened at the end, but we're not discussing what happened about football. Look at that goal, the first goal that Liverpool conceded. At the end of the match, TNT were interviewing Virgil van Dijk as an example, and I think he answered the questions as professionally as he could. He made himself get into trouble because he said to TNT Sports that, no, I'm right about this. He said, oh, I said this to the referee as I shook my hands to him. And I am the understanding that neither the players or the managers or the coaching staff can approach a referee or an official, even after the whistle blows, and start talking to them about this decision or that decision. They're not. I believe they're not allowed to do that before and after the game. I could be wrong. Maybe after they can. Maybe that's why Virgil van Dijk said it. But my point being is this: if I see a Crystal Palace player approach a referee after the whistle blows, or my manager Oliver Glasner, to go and have a word with the referee and says, "Look, I'm not happy about this and that," and they get a fine or get suspended or get a red card, but Virgil van Dijk doesn't, Is there a rule for Virgil van Dijk and there's a rule for everybody else? What's going on here? I'm just a little bit salty about that because he pulled Mark Gahey's arm out of his shoulder socket, literally, and we should have had a penalty at Selhurst Park when they came down and they beat us 1 goal. All right. I'm just being real about it. Is there a rule for Virgil van Dijk and there's a rule for everybody else, or what's going on here? But if he's allowed to go up and shake the hand of the referee at the end and tell him A, B, and C and not be reprimanded by that, but everybody else does, hello, do you know what I mean? So I think that might be, I think he said it because I think he can say it. So it looks like they can. It looks like players can approach the referee after the game and tell him what they think about them, and then say it to the media afterwards. So if it's all right, it's all right. But I just hope none of our players get yellow cards or get suspended now. I think he was right what Curtis Jones did to remove Doucoure away from the section of the Liverpool fans. I think he did it for the right reasons. I don't think Curtis Jones at any point wanted to harm Doucoure. He just wanted to grab him and pull him away from the Liverpool fans. Having slept on it overnight, I'm thinking about it with hindsight. The only mistake that Curtis Jones did was just his instincts and his instincts of defending, if you like, the honour of the Liverpool fans, was to just grab Doucoure. And as I say, what he should have done with hindsight is just between the Liverpool fans and just face Doucoure and tell him to just clear off, or maybe use stronger words, but just don't touch him. The moment that he grabbed him, it all kicked off. But as I say, after that, then Doucoure gets a red card, Curtis Jones gets a red card, and then the match goes on a little bit, and then he's still on the pitch. I don't understand why the match was allowed to continue with Doucoure still on the pitch. Because my understanding is when you get sent off in the Premier League, when you get given a red card, you have to go down that tunnel. You can't hang around on the pitch. And that's what he did. And the proof of it is, I've put it on the thumbnail. There is a picture of Virgil van Dijk and Arne Slot approaching the referee and the officials at the end of the match in the centre of Goodison Park, in the pitch, back to shake hands and just finish it off, just as, what the players and the managers do with the officials at the end. And Doucoure is still on the pitch doing this to Virgil van Dijk and goating him there. So he's still inciting it. So I think there may not just be just a double yellow card or a red card for Doucoure there. And maybe the Everton fans won't be happy for me saying it, but I'm just saying it. Is there a rule for Everton fans and a rule for Liverpool fans? And when my Crystal Palace players, when we ask for something at Selhurst Park, we don't get crumbs. We don't get anything. Now I'm going to go about the officiating. Michael Oliver and Chris Kavanagh are two of the most experienced referees, as I see it. As annoyed as sometimes I don't agree with some of their officiating decisions at Selhurst Park that I've seen. They are the two of the most experienced Premier League referees that we've got. Now, I think two things need to happen. I think the managers, Premier League managers, and the coaching staff need to reconsider that during the match, their actions could have repercussions of what's happening in the stadium, like what happened yesterday. Someone in that coaching staff need to say to whoever's just lost it, because we're all human, we all sometimes lose it. Just say, look, just grab and says, look, just leave it, allow it, just leave it. We'll send a memo, sort of thing, because it has repercussions. And as a football fan, I'm thinking to myself, if the officiating have had a bad decision and they've made it during the match, and I'm going to give you a prime example. The FA Cup, good morning, Steve, I hope you're well. Cup to you in a minute. I think what happens is that, a prime example, was, in my opinion, the FA Cup fixture between Manchester United versus Leicester City, where, as I saw it live, I said to myself, there's 3 Manchester United players offside. And then Manchester United are through into the next round. And Ruud van Nistelrooy is standing there thinking, did that just happen at this level? And I think Ruud van Nistelrooy reacted it to the media afterwards in the most professional. I did a watch along actually to that post-match conference of Ruud van Nistelrooy, where he said, trying to quote his words, those mistakes shouldn't happen at this level. I think those were his words. And he says, when that happens, what can I do? What can I do? And when I actually went back and looked at the actual replay of it, it wasn't 3 Manchester United players that were offside. It was 4. And if you look at the line of the assistant referee, the lino, he was in line with not with the Manchester United players, but with the last defender, because that's what they're supposed to do, if I'm not mistaken. And he should have heard the ball being kicked over and seen not 1, not 2, but 3, but 4 Manchester United players, clearly not just a toenail offside, but physically the whole body outside. So how that flag didn't go up, I never know. But it's a human mistake. But the way Ruud van Nistelrooy reacted it as the match unfolded and right at the end, I thought that is how, I suppose with hindsight, that's how they need to try and respond. Now, going back to Arne Slot, I know the Liverpool fans are protected of Arne Slot because, and they should be, because they're top of the Premier League and they've qualified top of the Champions League into the next round. They don't have to go into the playoffs, top. And now I believe they won't even face the second person in the Champions League until the final, whomever that was. I can't remember who it was. But anyway, so on credit, Arne Slot has done that. However, I have to emphasize this to Liverpool fans. Your Arne Slot, and I've mentioned this about earlier on, he's not had to go into a transfer window and bring in players because of injuries or loads of injuries A&E in his changing room. He's not had to go into the transfer window since he's been at Liverpool because players have moved on to new pastures. He's just literally walked in and there is someone at Anfield walking around with a silver platter, plate there with Michelin star, world-class football players, Michelin star food there, and he's just had to pick them, and all he's had to do is put a sauce with it. And the sauce that I've always said that it just has to be so difficult to break down for opposition teams to break down is McAllister in the middle, Gravenberch and Szoboszlai. And I said that back 2 seasons ago of Liverpool when Jurgen Klopp was there. And I'm still on it right now. That's the way to break down the Liverpool attacking play from the transition from defence to how they do it so quickly, one-touch football at pace, time after time. If you break down that midfield, you open a hole at the back of Liverpool, and you stop the supply up to Luis Diaz, Mo Salah, and Cody Gakpo, because I think that's the best 3 formation for them as an outsider looking into Liverpool. But Arne Slot's not had to do anything in the transfer window. He's not had to build anything, but he's had to call the shots, pick the team. So you've got to give him credit for that. But while he was up there on the upper end, at the top of the Premier League and at the top of the Champions League, he was giving it all like I'm the cool cucumber. And I'm thinking, all right, well, you're up there for a reason, but you're not having to do what the other managers in the Premier League have had to do. He's not had to do what Oliver Glasner's had to do at Crystal Palace, bring in a new style of football, induce that into the training format at Crystal Palace, had to deal with players losing Michael Olise, Goshen Anderson as an example. So losing key players and then getting new players in, and they've got injured. We've brought in lonely players, Trevor Chamberlain, and he wasn't fit. So he's not had to deal with all that situation. Yeah? Well, he has had to do, Liverpool fans, and I know you're waking up and you're ticked off about last morning, but I'm just being real about this, Liverpool fans out there. What your Arne Slot's not had to deal with is not deal with going into the transfer window because of injury players or players going on to other pictures. He's not had to introduce a new style of football. I mean, like completely rebuild it at Liverpool, because what you're seeing out there when your Liverpool players come to my Crystal Palace, it's the Jurgen Klopp legacy, and Jurgen Klopp built that from the ground. It took him, if I'm not mistaken, Jurgen Klopp. I think it was not. It wasn't 1.5 seasons. It was 2.5 seasons to move the players that he inherited and bring in the players that he wanted, the rough diamonds of what you see right now. It didn't happen overnight for Jurgen Klopp, but that's what he's left Arne Slot. And now, Liverpool fans, you've just been knocked out of the FA Cup against Plymouth Argyle, the bottom of the Championship. They've got, I think, a minus goal difference of 65. They're like League One inbound. They've just sold their best striker, and you've lost to them. Now, on that match, Arne Slot decided that he didn't have to travel with, if I'm not mistaken, against Plymouth Argyle. This is not on the referee, on the referees on that match day. This is Arne Slot. He decided not to travel with Ibrahim Konate. He didn't travel with Conor Bradley. He didn't travel with Robertson, I believe. He didn't travel with McAllister. He didn't travel with Gravenberch. He didn't travel there with Mo Salah. I think Slobosha also didn't feature in that one. I think the only ones that did survive that one was Cody Gakpo and Luis Diaz, and then the youngsters of Liverpool. But there should have been enough squading depth to build a team to beat a side like Plymouth Argyle. No one's talking about that. So Liverpool fans out there, you've got a good coach, you've got a good manager there in Arne Slot, but he's not been tested really in having to bring in players, build a new ethos of a new playing style at your Liverpool, and he's not had to deal with losing big key world-class internationals that you've got at your football club and replace. He's not had to deal with that. He's not built anything. He's just calling the shots at the moment. I'll give you another example, Liverpool fans out there. Would Arne Slot do a better job than Ange Postecoglou? Would he do a better job at Manchester United? Would he do a better job at my Crystal Palace? I don't think so. I'm calling it out. And the proof of me will be at the end of the season, if he does indeed land, not just, I don't think the Liverpool fans out there are trying to go for just one Champions League or the Premier League. I would expect that they should be going for both of them. And that's the Liverpool fans that I've grown up to know at work and back in the day when I was studying a little bit. I've still got my book here. The Liverpool fans are very demanding. They want trophies. So Arne Slot's not been tested yet. Let's see what the silverware comes about. I think Liverpool will land probably both of them. But it's all on Arne Slot. He's not had to deal with injuries right now. So I think managers need to calm it down in how they react to officiating in the Premier League. And one prime example, as I said, is what has happened with Mikel Arteta. Because we're not talking about, in his instance, the amount of years that he's been at Arsenal and the amount of money that he's spent there, and he's still not landed any silverware of any kind with his own players. When he won the silverware with the FA Cup, that was the Aston Villa manager. I can't think now. It'll come to me in a minute. The Aston Villa manager that's there now. So it was his players. So I think on the whole, what happened last night, I think was an amazing spectacle of football on the pitch. I think there was mistakes by the players, both for Everton players, Liverpool players, defensively. I think there was it was a typical grudge match between Everton players and Liverpool players. I think what, as Rio Ferdinand said, what lit it was Doucoure just trying to get into the faces of the Liverpool away fans. You just don't do that to Liverpool fans. And I expect that if a Liverpool player were to do it at Anfield, going over to the away travelling supporters of Everton, again would happen. The same thing would happen. So that's the return match is at in the 1st or the 2nd of April. That's only the first half that we saw last night. But of course, it had more to it because it was the last Merseyside derby, of course, at Goodison Park. I'm going to end this about Everton and Liverpool is emotions are running high, tensions are running high. There's a lot at stake. It is an emotional sport. No mistake about it for the football fans of either side, and also the managers and coaches of either side. But unless I'm mistaken here, if we don't have the referees, if we don't have someone to blow the whistle and start the damn match and finish the match, we can't. It's not going to work. I mean, the way it's going, they will have rails at either end of either the stands, and they'll have cameras going up and down, and the referee will be replaced by a drone just going up and down. Is that what we want? I don't want to see that. It's going that way. I think there needs to be investment into how the referees use the technology that's available to them. Investment in training, in development of skill levels. I think the referees and the assistant referees are too dependent and reliant on the technology, and it's clear to see that when you have matches where VAR is not included, like that second goal by Gabriel Jesus against us in the cup. Okay, we may have still lost that game. Arsenal were playing really well that day. We gave it to them in the first half, but there was a goal that was clearly offside. Even the commentator or live on television said that's offside. That's offside. Is anyone not seeing this? Is offside. That's exactly what the commentator said. And I was like, hello, there's no VAR, and no one saw it. And another prime example, of course, is Leicester City versus Manchester United in the FA Cup. We're not what I thought it was 3 Manchester United players that were offside. I was like, that can't count, surely. And Maguire was celebrating, and I was like, surely not. And then when they replayed, it wasn't 3 Manchester United players that were offside, it was 4. And to the credit to Ruud van Nistelrooy, at the end of it, he was like, well, one, I can't do anything about it. And 2, should that really be happening at this level? Quite frankly, at any level, not 4 people physically, not a toenail offside, but 4. So it is what it is. And we need the referees. We need the liners. I don't agree with some of the decisions that Michael Oliver and Chris Kavanagh have made at Myselhurst Park. I feel that as a football fan, sometimes my team are playing up against the opposition and also the officiating decisions, the inconsistency of the official decision. And I think there's something that the referees should be allowed, that should be introduced, because the technology is there. And I think they tried it at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Amazing stadium there at Tottenham Hotspur that they've built. I think it was the first one where they put the microphone to the referee and then they voiced it. To calm down this situation of how the manager, the coaching staff talk to the fourth official, to calm the situation of how players interact with the officiating on the pitch. They're already mic'd up. Just put it on air. Put it on air. If the fans can hear what the managers, what the players are saying to the officiating, it will click into place. What I'm trying to say is that if they're saying something incorrectly to their officials and not respecting their position as one professional to another professional on the field of play, they'll quickly learn soon because everyone could hear it. So just put it up live. I'm sure the commentators, the TNT Sports, Sky Sports, all the media outlets, they will absolutely lap that up because you could hear the technology's there now. They're already mic'd up. Just air it live. That will inform everyone that's on the pitch of what's going on. And I do think that the referee should have a button like in if you look in the NFL, please watch out. I did a watch along for the NFL with the Philadelphia Eagles. Had the redemption over the Kansas City Chiefs. The referee there, the umpire, just presses a button, live, the whole stadium, the whole world sees it like that. Boom. So if they can see a manager or a player coming towards them and it's got them in all of this, just press the button and let the whole world hear it. And then it's all there. At the end of the match, boom, there's a final there, you're suspended. They'll soon stop it. They'll soon stop it there. The reason why I'm saying that is because it works both. It communicates the situation a bit more clearly to the audience, if you like, there in the stadium, but also out there on TV watching. But also it will diffuse any situations because everyone can hear their interactions of, yes, it's an emotional sport. Yes, people are going to sometimes lose control. We're all humans. The referees are also human people out there. But believe me, I've been... Okay, I'm going to give you an example. At the beginning, no, I'm going to give you this example. I've been at matches, and I'm sometimes sitting next to an elderly person, and they happen to be ex-referees, and I've heard them say to me, that's wrong. The referee's made a mistake there. That's just basic. So when we have those situations, as I say again, there has to be more investment probably, and there needs to be more upper levels and not be too reliant on the technology that the referees are now just been reliant on. And that's clearly evident to see when VAR is not available, and this madness of decisions have been made there. You can tell as a football fan when I go to live matches, not just in the men's game, but in the women's game as well. When you see a decision, and okay, I've never been a professional football player, I've never been a coach, never been a manager, never owned a football club, never bought and sold a player, never gone through a transfer window and bringing in an investment of a player and then sold it at a profit. I've never been through that in my life. But as a football fan, when I go to a football match, I sometimes look at some of the decisions being made, and I've got someone sitting next to me who used to be a referee saying, that's a mistake. I'm thinking to myself, like, I look over to the bench and I see the professionals in the game, the managers, the coaching staff. You look over to the directors, and you look at the sporting directors and the people that are putting money into it, and they're thinking, why did we bother having a preseason? Why are we doing this? We need the referees and the assistant referees and the people working at Stockley Park to be, as I say, there must be an answer to that. Investment in training in upper levels there. And I think it also has to help because now, as I said before, Mikel Arteta's realised every time he goes into a press conference after the match, don't just use the narrative of blaming the referee. Why are we not talking about, why are the managers after the match, as an example, Everton versus Liverpool, where I'm not picking on Virgil van Dijk, he's just happened to be interviewed by TNT Sports. There was no mention at all on how Liverpool conceded that first goal from that set piece. And why do I think that's perhaps even bigger of a problem for Liverpool? It's because I'm a football fan, but I can bet you a dollar that every other Premier League manager and coaching staff that work for that manager in other football clubs in the Premier League and every European side that will most probably be facing Liverpool in the Champions League, they'll be looking at how Liverpool conceded that goal, that first goal in set pieces. They are vulnerable on set pieces, and also because they play that high line, not just on set pieces, but in their attacking play. As I said before, if Liverpool already gone into that transition from defense and attack, and you can neutralize, well, that transition is happening of Gravenberch, McAllister, and Szoboszlai, you can get behind the Liverpool back line because they play so high. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't have experience in coaching and managing, but I wouldn't be surprised if Oliver Glasner, because he's meticulous in his preparation. I've seen it as he has unfolded certainly on our away form. On our home form, he kind of does the same thing, but for some reason we just can't win at home. And now we've got Everton, and we're going to have Millwall soon. We're ready for that. Oh my God, I can't even think about that right now. It's giving me a headache. But we've got to win at home. We've only beaten Southampton and Tottenham Hotspur. It was easier to beat Tottenham Hotspur than it was to beat Southampton, actually, because Diblin scored that first goal against them. I was like having this, like, come on. But we got those 2 wins in the go. But look, it's one of those. I think it was an amazing Premier League fixture there between Everton and Liverpool. You can sense the atmosphere to as best as you can as a person looking through the television, watching the match live. I've been to Goodison Park, and I know how upset the Everton fans when we banter them. I've been there before, but in all honesty, I don't think Curtis Jones did anything wrong trying to defend his Liverpool away fans that went to Goodison Park. With hindsight, looking back at it, the only thing that he did wrong was to just grab Doucoure and pull him away. The moment you reach out and you invade someone's space and you grab them, even if you're right, you more or less, you're going to get a red card in that case. I think someone should pull Doucoure aside and not only tell him that when you get a red card in the Premier League, you have to go down the tunnel, number one. And number two, they should give him a yellow jersey and tell him to officiate in one of the Premier League matches and stand between a home fan and an away fan and see what the stewards and what the security services have to deal with. Because it could have gone real bad. I mean, it was bad, but it could have got real ugly. Because as I said, when you go to Goodison Park and you're standing there as an away fan, when something goes against you, everything just goes forward and you end up going towards the pitch. And the safety of the fans, the safety of the stewards, the safety of the players, the safety of everyone at the football stadium has to be of paramount importance. And even after the whistle went, and as I say, Arne Slot and Virgil van Dijk were there giving the handshake to the officials at the end in the middle of Goodison Park. Behind the officials, you could still see, it's on my thumbnail, you can still see Doucoure doing all of this, inciting, giving a bit of lip to Virgil van Dijk. And all that time, the stewards and the security people, they were like trying to contain the fans to keep them in their places. Someone is to pull Doucoure aside and says, look, son, there's other things that what you're doing is going to have implications and somebody could get hurt. I don't think that double yellow card, that red card is the only thing that we're going to hear from that. Because I think they're going to look at that. There were some ugly scenes at the end of it that didn't need to happen. We're not talking about, as I say, why was it that Liverpool conceded that first goal? Why was it that the ball in the second goal, the equaliser for Everton, the ball was allowed to be pinged over from the left-hand side of the penalty area, land in the middle, in the penalty spot, and not within 5 yards of the ball landing in the middle of the penalty area? There wasn't an Everton player, a Liverpool defensive player, or any player of any sort, to clear the ball, to clear the lines. No one's talking about that. I do agree that Ibrahim Konate was fouled leading up to that equaliser from Everton, and I've seen them chalked off, and I've seen them given. So this is the inconsistency of officiating, and that's what infuriates the fans as well. I think two things should happen. I think managers and coaching staffs need to just calm it down on match day and after the match on what they say about the officials. I think also what needs to happen is the referee should be mic'd up. If it's mic'd up and everything is live and everything, and the fans in the stadium can hear what's going on between the officials and the captain. My understanding, there was a rule at the beginning of the season that the only player on the pitch that could approach the referee as the game is in its course was the captain. And as the season has progressed, I'm seeing more than the captain there. I'm seeing the referee surrounded by players. So what's happened to that rule? Is that kind of just like someone's just thrown it out the window? So they're already mic'd up, just connected to the tannoy. In most stadiums, I think you've got the technology. I don't think it would cost too much to link it all up. Big up to everyone in the chat. Sorry, I've completely ignored the chat. I've got into one, but I think it was an amazing Merseyside derby, Everton versus Liverpool. But everyone's going to be talking about what happened at the end, and no one's talking about the football. I think the player, quickly, just to be fair on it, as a neutral, I think apart from the end of what happened at the end on the pitch, on the playing side, I think for Everton, the best two players for them were Doucoure and Beto, but on the playing, on the football, not on the madness that Doucoure did right at the end, completely threw everything that he did on the pitch as a professional football player. Anyway, and for Liverpool, I know I think you have to give the performance for the Liverpool, the man of the match, to Mo Salah. The way he pinged that ball for the Liverpool first goal is there's technique in that, and there's not many players around the world that can do what Mo Salah does in instances like that. And then what he did went and do, he then got the second goal. And during my watch along, I said, it's just written in the stars that he will most probably score. And then 3 or 4 minutes later, boom, he scored. And Liverpool went 2-1 up. But it was what it was. I think criticism of Arne Slot on the substitutions, Tsimikas and Darwin Núñez, I don't think they had any impact whatsoever. I'm not saying they didn't put a shift on the for the Liverpool side. Of course they did, but I don't think they have any impact to the play whenever they come on as substitutes. But as I say, I'm not saying that they're not putting a shift for their team. But as an outsider looking into Liverpool, probably Darwin Núñez and Tsimikas, they may be replaced at the end of the season, possibly. What worries me is that they might come in for someone like Jean-Philippe Mateta and perhaps one of our defenders, Mark Gahey, who can play on the left-hand side as a left-back. I sincerely apologise to Steve ROC and to Daniel 90. Please help. Sorry, but I just went off to one. I think everyone is waking up this morning and we're all passionate about football. But I think before I go into the chat, I think the professionals in the game, the managers, the coaching staff, they need to, I know it's emotional sport and there's a lot of work that they put in with their players and stuff like that, but there needs to tag it down a little bit on how they approach other professionals on the pitch on match day, i.e. the officiating, because they need to lead by example. Because they got lucky last night. When Doucoure got that red card, he was still on the pitch, egging on the Liverpool fans. And all that was going on, you can see on the left-hand corner, the stewards trying to contain the reaction from the Liverpool fans and keep it separate from the home fans of the Everton fans. It's a delicate situation, delicate operation, because the safety of the fans, the safety of the players, the safety of the officials, everyone in that stadium has to be of paramount importance. The only individual who didn't understand that, with all due respect, was Doucoure. Even after he got sent off, he was still at it. Someone needs to have a word with the lad. Real talk. And I'm pretty sure, real sure, that red card, that probably won't be the end of it. Not as long as once all the reports go in. I'm sure if he was a Crystal Palace player, he would have got like 3 red cards, like real talk. Anyway, big up to Steve RFC. Good morning. I hope you're well. Plenty of European conferences game ons. Yes, I've got that. I've did my predictions in the early hours this morning, but no British teams in play. That's correct. And there's no British teams. I have done my predictions. And Daniel 90. Good morning, Daniel. I'm a Tottenham Hotspur fan. I think you're having a difficult season, Daniel, a Tottenham Hotspur fan, if you're still there. Apologies for not getting to you straight away. I think you're Tottenham Hotspur. 3 things quickly. The stadium that you guys have built, it looks an amazing venue. So whoever was controlling that from the first brick to where it is now, that's a big tick there. Number 2, the investment that Tottenham Hotspur, I think, have been doing and are putting into your academy in the men's side. I think that's absolutely a tick there. From what I hear, what I see as an outsider looking into Tottenham Hotspur, and the investment that Tottenham Hotspur are putting into the women's platform in their WSL. Last year, they got to the FA Cup final against Manchester United. And then the fourth thing I would say about your Tottenham Hotspur, I think the scouting, the medical team, perhaps the way they've selected their management and got them to work with those other 2 factors. In the men's senior side, someone's really fouled up. Because I don't think changing Arne Slot is going to make any of the Tottenham Hotspur players that are, as I'm speaking, sitting in A&E department at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium right now, come out of that A&E quickly and be available for selection. You've got serious. That's something that Arne Slot's not had to deal with. That's what I'm saying to Liverpool fans. So big up to Tottenham Hotspur fans out there. And I've watched the Tottenham Hotspur women's team in the first match in the WSL against the Crystal Palace women's team, and had a wonderful day. My Crystal Palace women's team, they lost 4-0, but I was so proud to see Laura Kaminsky and Amy Everett there take their players out for the first match in the WSL. I was so proud of them. I was kind of teary-eyed, emotional, but I had a wonderful day there up against the Tottenham Hotspur fans that were supporting the women's team that day, and I had a wonderful day that day, and I'll never forget it. So big up to the Tottenham Hotspur fans out there, and certainly the ones that support, that go and watch the Tottenham Hotspur women's team. They play at the Leyton Orient Stadium. I was there recently because I recorded the coaches for the Manchester City versus Leyton Orient. So that's where the Tottenham Hotspur women there. And as I say, that first day in the WSL, Laura Kaminsky made history, got in. I had an amazing day, and that was also done because of the way the Tottenham Hotspur club team greeted the Palace fans that travelled there on that day. And yes, my Palace team lost 4-0, but I was so proud of Laura Kaminsky, and I'm still so proud of what they're trying to do in the WSL. And we've made history. I say we, I haven't kicked a ball, but the Crystal Palace women team there, they've made history. They're into the quarterfinals of the FA Cup, and we're up against Chelsea. Sorry, Bombasta and his squad. So I was really proud of, I'm still out of what Laura Kaminsky and her staff and her players are doing this season. So big up to Daniel 90 there for dropping in there. What else can I talk about Everton and Liverpool? I've mentioned the referee and the situations. I think, as I say, the officials, they're getting pushed up against the ropes, and we need the officiating. We need to get them maybe more investment, more training, and on match days, the managers, the coaching staffs, they need to just tone it back a bit, because they got lucky last night that no one from the fans, no one got injured. They got lucky. Someone needs to have a word with Doucoure, real talk, because I'll give you an example. In the FA Cup, Crystal Palace are going to be at Selhurst Park against Millwall. And of course, I'm glad that we're going to be up against them, and I'm sure we'll be victorious, even though our home form is just not happening at the moment for Crystal Palace. But big up to Oliver Glasgow. I'm sure they'll turn the corner on that respect. But it's against Millwall, and there is going to be a grudge match, like the Everton versus Liverpool. So because it's going to be at Selhurst Park, of course, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to the match, to the banter, and all that jazz. But at the back of my mind, I'm thinking they need to, and I'm sure the Crystal Palace security staff, the stewards, the contractors that they bring in, they're tier one. They always make sure that people are surrounding outside the stadium are always welcome. They're safe. And inside the stadium, everyone enjoys their match, the evening. So they go in there, and so it's going to be an operation for the stewards, for the security on that day against Millwall. I got a feeling that's going to be like a midday kickoff. I don't think they'll do that at the end of the day. They'll probably do a midday kickoff for that FA Cup tie against Millwall. But what worries me is that if there is any incidents, rightly so, the FA or the organisers of the event, I hope that my Crystal Palace Football Club don't get penalised financially or I don't know. So that worries me a little bit because it's a football match, but it's a massive football match for me as a Crystal Palace fan. Up against Millwall, it's a big match, and looking forward to it. But I sincerely hope that at the end of the day, I'm not going home thinking my club is about to get some hefty fines, and the people working at the club, they don't deserve that. So, because as I say, throughout the season, whenever you visit Selhurst Park, there's always personnel of the football club around the football crowd, all the way around, helping them, visiting fans and home fans with any information that they may ask. And they're all absolutely amazing. So I just hope it doesn't get out of hand. So, but I'm looking forward to that. But that's going to be on the levels of Everton versus Liverpool. So, yeah. I'm looking forward to the match, but I just hope it all ends out all okay. Another thing that I haven't mentioned about Everton versus Liverpool, I've mentioned I've mentioned both managers. You know what? Was there actually I mentioned what David Moyes said to TNT Sport. So before I move on, I'm going to quickly, before it's the midday, I'm going to just go and see if there was actually a moment where Arne Slot spoke to the media afterwards. You see, I'm looking at the internet now, and there is a picture of Curtis Jones. Excuse me. And they're not showing him in the best of light. He only went over there to defend the space and the honour of the Liverpool travelling away fans at Goodison Park. And on the night as it happened live, I said to myself, he hasn't done anything wrong. Why is he giving a red card? But overnight, sleeping on it, and having a cup of tea in the morning, I'm thinking with hindsight, without really understanding the rivalry between Everton fans and Liverpool fans, I'm putting my hands up to that because, of course, I don't. I'm not a Scouse. I haven't been brought up in Liverpool, in the wonderful city of Liverpool, in that scenario. So the only real people that understand that is the Everton fans and the Liverpool fans, the real ones. So I'm wise to that. But there's pictures now being cascaded of Curtis Jones in all the, I'm not going to say which platforms, media platforms, and they're showing a bad light, like a bad picture of Curtis Jones looking angry and all that. But all the lad was doing is just trying to protect the space between his away fans and what Doucoure was trying to do, the wind-up merchant situation. And it's an emotional thing, and it's you can see the stewards, they're trying to just calm the situation down because the safety of the fans, the safety of Curtis Jones, but all the time Doucoure was still giving it. I just don't understand two things. My understanding is when you get a red card, I think Curtis Jones, after he received the red card, he took it like a man and he just dealt with it. But Doucoure kept on giving it. After the match, he was still on the pitch. So I just don't get that. I don't understand why the referee allowed the match to continue The referee should not start the match again until he sees both of the players that he sent off down that tunnel and out of reach, and then start the match. But then maybe he just wanted to just finish it because he was literally the last few moments. I think the man of the match for the whole performance of that match, you've got to give it to, as a neutral, you've got to give it to Mo Salah. That assist that he did from McAllister, and then of course he scored, bringing it to 2-1. And he was playing deep in the first half. See, we're not talking about the football. We're talking about what happened right at the end, and these horrible pictures that the media are portraying now of Liverpool players. They're not showing that. They're only showing the bad face of Liverpool, which is, then why are you not showing pictures of the Liverpool fans, of the Everton players as well? That's going to infuriate the Liverpool fans that I know. They're going to be absolutely incandescent about that, because Curtis Jones was only trying to do the right thing, but he went about it the wrong way. With hindsight, he just shouldn't have just touched Doucoure. But it is what it is. Game I watch is Royal versus Ajax Portos. Oh, that's what you're going to watch tonight. I'm going to do, if I do come back live later on, Steve RFC there. Good morning, and thank you for dropping in early doors today. I've already done my predictions, got it written down here, and I'm looking to do the watch along tonight for Porto versus Roma, and I've done all my predictions. I'll go through my predictions in a minute, Steve, because I know you're waiting. Bless you. And anybody else out there. But also going back to the fixture there, and Damo1168, I was just big up to you. How many reds did Everton get? I've lost count. Michael Oliver, I've been speaking about it all morning. Michael Oliver was lucky at the casino at the blackjack table. He was like handing out the cards. Now look, Michael Oliver and Chris Canova, Damo1168. We're all real ones. We've all been at Selhurst Park, and there's been so many decisions that I am not in accordance with what Michael Oliver has done against my team at Selhurst Park. I mean, real talk. As an example, against Liverpool, Crystal Palace fans, remember we were in the Liverpool penalty area, and Virgil van Dijk grabbed Mark Gay's arm, literally nearly pulled it out of his shoulder socket. And yes, I am exaggerating, Liverpool fans out there. And we never got nothing. We never got a crumb. We never got VAR. We never got nothing. And Mark Gay, he was like, ref, hold on. I'm picking up my arm. I'm putting it back in my shoulder. Ref, did you not see what Virgil van Dijk just did to me? I mean, nothing. We didn't get nothing. Inconsistency. Every time that my Crystal Palace plays against the Liverpool players, I feel that my players are playing against Liverpool, and we're playing up against inconsistency in referee decisions. But what I am saying on the whole, given what happened last night, they got lucky at Goodison Park. The players, the managers, the coaching staff, they need to tone it down. They need to tone it down, especially on big matches like that. We got Millwall. We need to tone it down to an extent. We don't want someone getting hurt, whether it's football fans or players or members of staff or the stewards or the people that work at the stadium. It's a football match. Yes, emotions run high, but I think that the managers need to pull it back a bit and tone it down, because we need the referees. We need to invest with them. And Damo1168 is still out there. I think the referees should be mic'd up like they're doing in the NFL. And if they see a manager and a player coming towards them, just press the button and let the whole world hear it. If they say something against the, how can I put it? When I grew up in South London, I used to make a cricket ball out of a tennis ball, and I used to put rubber bands around it. And I'm a very good bowler, actually, good spinner. And there's an expression, it's cricket. Playing cricket, in a gentleman way, right? And so if they're mic'd up and everything is live, they'll soon tone it back. And then that will give some space for the officials to really focus and do it. I think the officials out there, they're too dependent on their technology, and that's clearly evident. What happened Leicester City versus Manchester United, were not 3 but 4 Manchester United players were clearly offside. And Ruud van Nistelrooy dealt with that after the post-match matches. If that's not what other managers should try and do, and just says, look, it's out of my hands now, and I don't think those mistakes should happen at this level. And that's what Ruud van Nistelrooy said of that offside, which meant that his side were at the cup. They were denied an opportunity to go into a penalty shootout against Manchester United. Having said that, I think Manchester United probably would have won the penalty shootout because do you see the penalty shootout that they had against Arsenal? Arne Slot, the way he took penalties in that. Very, very good youngster at Manchester United, Arne Slot, in my opinion. No doubt Manchester United fans will probably be throwing him underneath the bus soon. If Manchester United fans don't want Arne Slot, do your Freeman, man. Make a bid for him. Get him. Get him at the end of the season. I'll take him. Big up to the Manchester United fans out there. Big up, how many red cards did the Everton get? Damo1168 asked, my understanding is the manager of Liverpool, the assistant coach, he got a red card. Also, Curtis Jones got a red card. I think they should rescind the Curtis Jones red card because he wasn't leashing out at Doucoure to hurt him or leashing out. He was there protecting, one, the honour of the travelling Liverpool fans. I'm not taking sides. I'm just saying it as it is. And furthermore, he was trying to pull him away from the Liverpool fans. So in a way, he was trying to diffuse the situation, right? So I think he should be given a yellow card, but not a red card for that. Was he already on a yellow card? Probably because this referee was just giving everybody. I mean, the world is talking about this. That's what I'm doing this live stream about it. How do I find that out? I've got to go into the match, I suppose. I don't know what I've got the hiccups. I think I had my breakfast too quickly. Let me just have a quick butcher at it. So I'm going to go into supposing lineups. Curtis Jones. Oh yeah, he got what? No. Did he have did he have 2 yellows and then a red, or did he have a straight red? Well, to me, I think he was trying to diffuse the situation. He just went about it the wrong way. He shouldn't have put his hands on Doucoure. Damo 1168, if you're still out there, I'm just glad Doucoure is not playing against us on Saturday. Before Doucoure did that madness at the end to incite what unfolded after the captain of Everton equalised for Everton. Doucoure and Beto, I think they were the best 2 players, and even David Moyes agreed with me when he spoke to TNT Sports. So I think Garner and Gay, he did really well, but I think they picked up an injury to one of their players early doors, apparently their kneecap there. I think they should be mic'd up. I think the referees should be mic'd up, the linesmen should be mic'd up, and also the fourth official should be lined up, and that should be of course you can't air it all loud all the time live as the match is progressing, but I think the media should have access to it so that it can be aired, and then there's no about it. It's out. Once there's an interaction between 2 professionals, i.e. a coaching staff and the officials, or a player and one of the officials, everyone's got a recording. It is what it is. They'll soon tone it down then. Real talk. I think for Everton, there was only 1 card for Doucoure, and I think there'll be more repercussions for that because, as I say, my understanding is the moment that you receive a red card, you should be down the tunnel. I think that was a mistake by Michael Oliver. Once you give 2 red cards, if the match is still ongoing, you don't restart the match until the players have gone down that tunnel. That's what they used to do in Sunday League, where I used to play in Highbury Fields back in the day. Mind you, we didn't have a tunnel. We was just clear off. Get out of my park. Get out of my pub. Right. Steve RSC says Shamrock's first competition game is, yes, it is. Mulder, yes, that's a good one. They are an Irish side there, Shamrock. Good luck to Shamrock. I've got them to win. Which one is it? There's so many ties tonight, but I can't find. Oh, there they are. I've gone for Moldy 1, Shamrock Rovers 3. So I'm giving Shamrock Rovers the win there tonight. And league, and then Sunday, first league, and then Damien Duff. We want to do. Oh, he's the manager there, Damien Duff. Of course it is. Was Wilf played his first game? I saw a picture on Instagram. He does like to show off. Wilf does like to show off on his Instagram. I saw it. I always hear it like. I still love Wilf. I don't know. Demo 1168. I saw him in his new kit, and he's just recently uploaded it. I think in the early hours this morning. But probably they have. Not sure if it's a competitive match though, because I know he's playing out there in the States. But I wish him well and his family well. I have to look into that one. I don't know. What's the other thing I was going to mention about Everton, Liverpool? Yes, it's only the first half, as I say. I searched it last night, and Everton have to now go to Anfield. It's in April. How do I figure that out? April. Yes, Wednesday, the 2nd of April. Oh my God! Is it 8 p.m. kickoff? Oh my days, that's going to kick off. Oh. Mark it down in your diaries, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls out there, and I'm sure the Liverpool fans already have. On the 2nd of April, it's the second half of the Merseyside derbies this season. It's Liverpool versus Everton, and it's an 8 p.m. kickoff. It's an evening kickoff. There you go. We're gonna be round and round with that one. Real talk. By the beginning of April, we will know how Liverpool are doing in the progression to win the Premier League and of course the Champions League. So it'll be interesting to see where they are in respect to positions in those two competitions, and no doubt if they've picked up any injuries, because they haven't picked up any injuries thus far. I'm not jinxing it for them, I'm just being real. So that's another thing I wanted to mention about what happened last night. There was something else I was going to talk about. I've done the officiating. I think there should be mic'd up in it. And I think that managers, the coaching stuff, they need to tone it down. I think someone needs to pull aside Doucoure and just say to him, all right, do a little, for example, who's it? The Tottenham player, Maddison. You know, there's a way to goat the opposition away fans at your own stadium, but you don't start walking towards them and try and invade their space and, you know, asking them to come at you. As I say, if you cross that line with a Liverpool fan, not just the Liverpool fans that are brought up in Liverpool. I've known Liverpool fans here in London, and believe me, they are as passionate as the Scousers that are brought up in the wonderful city of Liverpool. They're very protected of their players, of their managers, of whatnot, and they do call it out when it's not right for them. And if you cross the line with them, yeah, there's a comeback on that. Real talk. Right. This is the other thing. I've mentioned how I think opposition managers and coaching staff will be looking at Liverpool, how they conceded that first goal. That from a set piece, they're very vulnerable because of that high line of defensive. They just messed up. I think other teams will be looking at how vulnerable they are. I don't understand when Everton had a second free kick. I'm not sure if it was in the first half or in the second half. They decided to ping it to the back post, and I was thinking, why are you doing that? You've just scored against Liverpool, and they were lined up exactly the same. Play it through the gap. But they chose to ping it to the back post, and with Ibrahim Konate, with Virgil van Dijk, they've got height there, and they cleared the ball. So What else can I talk about that? How does that affect that result in the table? Yes, I haven't discussed that. I will do quickly. Of course, Liverpool dropping 2 points, but they're still 7 points ahead. Everyone now has played, 24 points, 24 matches. And for Everton, you may think that it's just a point. It's not just a point because they're on the same points as Tottenham Hotspur and West Ham. That's from 14th place to 16th. And I always think that at this time of the season, there's a football club in the bottom 10 that just keeps dropping and dropping and dropping like a stone. And I can see perhaps Leicester. If Leicester City can just get Jamie Vardy scoring, they may pull themselves out from their situation. They've got a good manager in Ruud van Nistelrooy. And I think it's Tottenham Hotspur. But I think they'll turn it around. But they've got some issues there with injuries and momentum in the Premier League. So, oh my God, on Sundays, Tottenham versus Manchester United. Is that a 6-pointer relegation scrap? Let's not go into that. I'll leave it until the weekend. But yeah, that's going to be a tasty affair there for Tottenham Hotspur fans. They would want to start climbing up, and I expect the same as Manchester United fans there as well. But that point for Everton takes them to 27 points, following 3 wins on the bounce. That's, of course, as David Moyes has come into Everton, and I said it before the watch along in my pre-match and also during the watch along. David Moyes playing Garner and Heath there, but now Doucoure apparently is not going to be available on Saturday. But I will not be surprised if they may give him a further suspension because he just kept on goating the Liverpool fans, whilst all the time the stewards and the officials at Goodison Park, they were trying to contain the situation that was evolving there. Doucoure just did not understand the implication of his actions, that it could have had ramifications of someone, a football fan or a steward or even another fellow football professional, being harmed in that scuffle. It could have gone really bad. And I expect there to be some fines being issued by the FA to buy football clubs. And quite frankly, looking back on it with perspective, I think they should demote the Curtis Jones to just a yellow card. And that should not be a red card because he didn't lash out. He didn't try and punch or hit Doucoure. He was just grabbing him and pulling him away from the Liverpool fans. That's how I saw it. I don't know if the FA will see it like that. But for me, I think the Curtis Jones red card should be brought back to a yellow card. And someone seriously needs to have a word with Doucoure and tell him, look, how you behave on that pitch, off the ball, could have safety implications of what happens with thousands and thousands of football fans in the stands up against a lower ratio of stewards and police and security staff there. Someone could get harmed. And I'm sure he doesn't want that on his conscience. So someone needs to have a word with him. And I got a feeling that David Moyes will probably do that in-house because yeah, I think once the referee report, the fourth official and the assistant referees and the report of the stewards of the football club gets all handed into the FA, if that's where it gets handed into, there's more. We haven't heard the last of it, and I'm sure that they will resolve that as quick as possible, way before the April the 2nd, when Everton go to Anfield for their 8 p.m. kickoff. It's a Wednesday for the other Merseyside derby this season. Oh my God, it's even a kickoff. Now thank you, Daniel. 90. I was trying to work it out. Daniel 90 says Curtis Jones was already on a yellow card. That's the second yellow card. What Curtis Jones did warranted a second yellow. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I had a hunch that, but I couldn't prove it from what I'm looking at. It's not clear, and I think he was trying to diffuse it. But what the sad thing about it, Daniel, and you're a, did you say you're a Tottenham fan? I can't remember. Oh, sorry, I missed it. I don't know how'd you go back? Yeah, you're a Tottenham fan. What is annoying about it is now the media is portraying as Curtis Jones the instigator of that terrible situation that's going. And I'll tell you, and I'm pretty sure that Tottenham fans will know about this when they play up against Arsenal or Chelsea, and the Tottenham player is plastered around the media as the instigator, as the bad player on the pitch, when they were trying to maybe diffuse the situation. And if there's anything that will really annoy the Liverpool fans this morning, it's logging onto the media outlets out there and they're showing Curtis Jones in a bad reflection, when all the lad was trying to do was diffuse the situation by pulling Doucoure away from his travelling away fans. And that will infuriate the Liverpool fans that I know of. They won't be happy with that. Always pinning it on the Liverpool players, and we're not here to hurt the last of this one. I'm in no doubt. I'm not saying that he's wrong, but I'm saying that that's definitely enough to get. Yeah, I agree with that comment. I agree with that. Yeah, it should be another yellow card. I thought he was only on one yellow card, and then no, I thought that might. Yeah, so I don't know. I mean, I don't understand it, but yeah, it is how it is. He's got a red card, and I think he only misses one match. Liverpool have got a very heavy schedule this season, this month. As I say, I don't know the whole of it, but I do know that the last fixture that Liverpool have at the end of this month is against Newcastle United, and then a week and a half later, they meet them again at Wembley for the League Cup final. There it is. Okay, so they're playing Sunday, Wolverhampton Wanderers. So Curtis Jones won't feature, I expect, against Wolverhampton Wanderers at Anfield. But he'll probably be available for the following Wednesday against Aston Villa. Unai Emery is the manager there. I forgot the name earlier on. I do apologise. But they've got a heavy schedule. They've got Wolverhampton Wanderers, Aston Villa, and then they've got Manchester City. Oh, that's a big one. And then they finish off with Newcastle United around the corner. They've got them again in the League Cup final. So they've got a heavy schedule there on that one. They've got some terms on it. And Tottenham Hotspur as well. Let me just have a look at you lot. I think you will have. You're still in that European competition there, isn't it? Oh, that's you're not in the playoffs. Yeah, you're all right because you automatically qualified in the top half. Yeah, you're all right. Wow, that's a big one. And there's always a big fixture between Tottenham Hotspur and Manchester United. I remember always Manchester United getting the result against you lot in Fergie time back in the day. You, the Tottenham Hotspur fan, being absolutely fuming with the referee. On Ange, I think he's a good. I think he's working at Tottenham Hotspur. I'm not being pleasant. I'm being real about this. I think your manager's literally managing a football side with his hands tied behind his back, literally. Number one. Number two, I think I like the fact that he's attack-minding mentality. But then, given the volume of injuries, and I think you've just incurred another injury in the last match for another player of yours, you have to change formation. He's got to be in consultation with because literally he's playing the under-21s now for your team, if I'm not mistaken. So he's got to be in consultation with the head, the manager of the head coach for the under-21s, and the formation that they're playing there. Perhaps bring in that coach and work together collectively as a team and get that. And I think the other thing that Tottenham Hotspur need to sort out, there's two more things. They need to have a serious look at who's doing the medical department at your club, because having lots of injured players is one thing, but consistently they're not coming back to be match fit. They need to look at that. And the third thing is whoever's doing the scouting for your team, you got issues there. You've got issues there, as you say it. So, and then of course the Tottenham Hotspur fans that I've known, they're not happy about the structure of how the club has been orchestrated from up above. And but I've said it before and I'll say it again. Tottenham, the stadium, tick. The development in their academy, I would say that's a tick as well. That's in the men's side, and in the women's side, what they've developed into the women's platform there for their progress last season, bringing in a new manager at the beginning of last season, and getting to the FA Cup final, and they're mid-table in the WSL. It's a good Tottenham Hotspur women's team there. Real talk. So tick for that. But your men's side, someone's taking the eyeball. Yeah, there were protests at the stadium scheduled before the United game on Sundays. Listen, the last time that Tottenham Hotspur there was a protest there, I don't think it broke into the thousands. Okay, let me put this out there, not just to Tottenham Hotspur fans, but any neutrals out there. If Ange Postecoglou goes, like after say the Manchester United match, who are you going to bring in? Who are you going to bring in that's going to make the injured players come back to be available like now, because that's what they need? It's not going to happen overnight. And what managers are out there that can play more of a orthodox defensive formation in a 4-4-2, if you like. At Tottenham Hotspur, a lot of the Tottenham fans have finally had enough. Yeah, I get that. I agree. There's two Tottenham Hotspur fans that I know, and what they've told me is that all they want, of course, every football fan wants a trophy, of course, but all they want is just go to the weekend, watch your football, enjoy the football, enjoy the way their players are playing, and just have a good weekend. At the moment, the Tottenham Hotspur fans, they can't have a good weekend because it's just like, it's like that. They just want to go to the weekend and just can we have a good weekend? Can I enjoy the match? Can I just enjoy it? A style of football that I can say, yeah, I can come on, let's get what's going on. At the moment, it's just, I don't want an ugly version of ugly though. Do you know who I think you should go for? Well, you probably won't go for. It's short and long term, a manager like the manager of Middlesbrough, Carrot. Someone that understands football here in our own yard. He's grafting it down there in the lower leagues. I think if Middlesbrough get into it, well, I think a manager like that. I'm not I expect Tottenham Hotspur fans want. Look, you've tried Jose Mourinho, you've tried Nuno, you've tried Conte. Look what Conte's doing at with McTominay, with Lukaku at Napoli. You've tried the big names of managers. Look at short term and in the medium term, getting a manager like Carrick. What's his name? The first name for Carrick, Middlesbrough manager. And build a team around him. Buy small and buy smart. Michael Carrick, that's his name. I'm not even going to Google it. That type of manager. He used to play your team. Hello, Michael Carrick. He used to play for Tottenham Hotspur. I didn't know that. Well, hello. There's the connection. Hello. Oh, come on. That's a no-brainer then. That's a no-brainer. From Middlesbrough, I wish my Crystal Palace had signed Ben Doak. Because it looks like, at the moment, Manchester City are in for Eberezer and Adam Walton. Daniel Munoz might be going off to Liverpool and maybe Chelsea. Mark Gahey might be ending up at Liverpool and maybe Chelsea because they've got pickings there first for him. Who else? Jean-Philippe Mateta might be going to two French clubs. No doubt Tottenham got him from West Ham. And he used to be your captain. So then there you go. The lad knows the fabric and the identity of your football club. And if I'm not mistaken, John Carrick has actually got a better coach and manager's record than the previous managers that have been there because he was there understudying and all that. Look, forget about what he did at Manchester United while he was in the setup and the coaching staff there. I think he's doing really well at Middlesbrough. And why don't Premier League clubs give opportunities for someone like Michael Carrick in the Premier League? I don't get it. I don't get it. I think he should be given a chance. Where the Tottenham Hotspur fans think that he's at the level, well, literally at the moment, Tottenham Hotspur, you guys are dropping levels all over the place because of the injuries and you have to say, when you look at the if you like, the optics of Ange Postecoglou, his well-being, his welfare has to be important. He just is like, what can he do? You want to see a manager, you want to see a coaching staff around him that they enjoy going into work and enjoy doing what they're doing as a profession and instilling levels to up within the players available for them. But at the moment, Ange Postecoglou, he actually looks unwell. And that can't be good for him either in that perspective. Champions League final. Relegation battle 20. Yeah, Tottenham have fallen backwards in this time. I think it's a combination of what you've done in the last 3 seasons. I mean, you've had good managers. You've had Jose Mourinho, Conte, Nuno. Look what Nuno's doing with Nottingham Forest for now. And there's something behind the scenes at Tottenham Hotspur in the scouting, in the infrastructure of the first senior team that has just had issues there. And I'm a bit old school. No, don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. If the Tottenham Hotspur, I've already had a Brieze linked to your football club at the beginning of the season, and that kind of gave me a heart attack. I was like in pain. Oliver Glasner, look for managers like that. Oliver Glasner's incoming into the profession of coaching and management is identical, if not better, than how Jurgen Klopp started when he made the transition from not being able to go to play as a footballer into coaching. Oliver Glasner's done that, and he's won silverware over there in Europe. And he's had to really graft to put in a new style of football. I think that's what the Tottenham Hotspur fans are looking for, a manager that brings a style of football That's exciting for them. But I repeat, the two Tottenham Hotspur fans that I know, they just say to me, they just want to enjoy the weekend and just go to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium and just enjoy a match of football and just enjoy the weekend. At the moment, they can't do it. They just can't find a way to do it. And it's absolutely Frankfurt, and he's done good at Palace. Yeah, he's doing really well. Our home form is not as good. I'm being delicate because I know that you're a Tottenham Hotspur fan, but I found that when we beat you 1-0 at the beginning of the season, I found that the fact that we kept a clean sheet and we beat Tottenham Hotspur as a building stone and easier than it was us trying to beat Southampton. That's telling you something. I'm not bantering. That's how I feel it then, and I feel it still now. So that's how your team is not performing consistently now. Often when I've done my prediction for your football club, I've done either going to be hot or cold. But right now, I've lost count of the number. I think you're into double figures of first team players that are injured, or at least 9 or 8. I'm just trying to think what other ex-Tottenham Hotspur players are in management out there. Sherwood, are you still interested in Sherwood? Is still been a good, respectful family? Yeah, we've always been. I don't in the years since the late 80s to the present, I've never really had anything bad animosity. Of course, there's a rivalry. I want my Palace to win against Tottenham Hotspur, home and away. The old White Hart Lane there, I went there back in the day for an England international. There was free parking in the old days near the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Now there's no free parking near your stadium. Is outrageous. Back in the day, you could park for free outside White Hart Lane, not have to walk miles and miles. Now it's just completely changed. But anyway, it's I've never felt animosity or anything wrong up against the Tottenham Hotspur fans. It's the Arsenal fans that are always stirrers. It's like, of course, when they took my ear right off me and all that jazz after that. That's the ones that I'm like like that against mostly. But I don't think there's ever been Prince money for Daniel Levy. What I don't understand is clearly they've constructed not just a stadium, but they would have had to have had a structure within cost, overrunning cost, management into the building of that stadium, utilize the individuals that successfully built that stadium, and my understanding is paid off now. You're still not paying it off. I could be wrong, but I think that is the utilize the headcount, the resource that made that happen there, and transport them into the other platform of your first team. I mean, that's what any other business does. So maybe they've done that and it hasn't worked, or maybe they haven't thought about it. But I'd be very surprised if Daniel Levy has not thought of doing that. If you've got a platform over there and you've created something and it's been successful, not just as a building, but as a revenue intake for the worldwide brand of Tottenham Hotspur, then move those personnel that have been successful in that platform successfully, bring them over to a platform that is struggling, that being the first team. I think two things have to go there is the medical staff and your scouting. Are you guys still looking for a sporting director? And if you are, you're not having Dougie Freeman and you're not having Oliver Glasman. Don't even take me there, Tottenham Hotspur fans, because I will begin to lose it. Literally, I won't stop this live stream. They told us that the new stadium was made as complete, the best in Europe. Boxing. Listen, NFL. It's a state of the art stadium, but I mean, look, I know two Tottenham Hotspur fans. a little bit close. And as I say, all they want to do is just go to the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium and enjoy a game of football, see a bit of a football that they think that is their style of what they want to see, and just have a good weekend. And they can't do that at the moment, game after game, game after game. And so they need to fix it up. And I think Ange Postecoglou, there's so much that in the mind he can do. At the moment, he's not only just managing, coaching with his hands tied behind his back. I think he's getting ill over it, and that shouldn't be the case. So they need to look at that. It's worrying for me as a Crystal Palace fan, because if football clubs like Tottenham Hotspur, Manchester United get their act together and they start getting into the top 6, top 8, top 6 of the Premier League, then I expect fans like yourself, Daniel, will be coming in at Crystal Palace, knocking on the door and saying, can we have a look at the contract of this player and that player? And for me, it's like a heartbreaker for me. The scouting team at Tottenham Hotspur, the medical side, that they need to look at that. And then perhaps has there been enough investment available to the managers that they've brought in from upstairs? I don't know. I expect the Tottenham Hotspur fans will do. When I thought Spurs would get Eze last summer, I don't know what happened. I think at the end of last summer, there's two things that happened. And one thing, I'm going to touch on it very delicately, because I was actually heartbroken when I saw it. I've done a video of it. I actually videoed Eze and Mykolenko, the very last moment that they were wearing the Crystal Palace at the end of last season. And they just had a little moment to themselves where they were both standing there as Crystal Palace players. The link-up play between those two players, the love and the passion that they had for each other as professional football players, and what they gave to the Crystal Palace team, to the Crystal Palace fans. I videoed them the last 2 moments, and then Mykolenko then just left Eze on the pitch. Before they did the fans, the players' families, they came onto the pitch and they went round and saying goodbye for the end of the season parade. Mykolenko came off the pitch on its own. I've done a video on it and I've uploaded it. So that's one aspect of it. Of course, Eze is a professional football player. And these things happen in football. You work with another professional on the pitch, and things happen in football, and careers, one player goes that way and another one goes another way. But the approach and the desire of Mykolenko to not go to Chelsea or Manchester United, but to select Bayern Munich under Vincent Kompany was the wise one. He deserves to be going for a Champions League. The reason why Eze didn't happen at your end, I think, was twofold. Someone at the club didn't think he warranted the transfer fee that he had, I expect, number one. So that's done at your end. And number two, would Eze would have wanted to go to your Tottenham Hotspur? Possibly. But as the season unfolded, I always say, Crystal Palace play, if they're going to leave Crystal Palace, go to a football club that's going to win the Champions League and the Premier League, like now, not in 2 or 3 or 4 years. And that's why I don't think Eze was going to go there at the beginning of the season. I rate Archie Gray, but it went 40 million, and Archie, why would this ball spend 60 million? Yeah, I think this goes to the sporting director situation. If I'm not mistaken, you changed the sporting director mid last season. there was something that happened off the field. I remember it was all over the news. So that couldn't have helped Arne Slot to prepare for the pre-season. I think I'm right about that. Sporting directors are so vital, I think, now in the infrastructure, especially of Premier League clubs. The days are gone of where the Sir Alex Fergusons, the Harry Redknapps, the Sam Allardyce would be the ones that would be doing literally the sporting director's role and the manager's role. They'll pick up the phone and say, yes, I'm interested in you. Do you want to come and play for me? Boom, bash. Bish, bash, bosh, the players. It's now a Manchester United player or who was it at Tottenham Hotspur? Dimitrov. Didn't he go from your club to Manchester United? I'm sure that happened because Sir Alex Ferguson picked up the phone and says, listen, lad, do you want to cut? Oh, you do? All right, let's get it done now. I'll see you next Monday. Bang. Those days are gone now. Now sporting directors do all the stuff behind the scenes. Oh, right. So you got someone from Villa. Oh, so you have got it. So then I'm thinking of other football clubs that are looking for a sporting director still. So literally what Unai Emery has inherited is off what he did at Aston Villa. You need to buy. In my opinion, Tottenham Hotspur, like football clubs like Manchester United, they need to buy small and smart. Whatever you bring in, look to get an investment return. You're going for the £60 million, £70 million players, and they're not going straight onto the pitch. They're going straight into A&E, into getting once they get injured. But got banned for football. That's the one I heard about. Something happened out field, and that would have had an effect in how the incoming pre-season for Arne Slot. The thing is, if I'm not mistaken, your Tottenham Hotspur are still in contention in the UEFA Europa League. I don't know what. I would assume that if you do win that competition, you'd be in the Champions League next season. That will completely transform the bottom line at your football club, I expect, for the next season. Yeah, you're in the last 16 and you're qualified there in the top 8, if I'm not mistaken, with Manchester United and somebody else. Did Rangers? Oh yeah, Rangers qualified on the last day. They finished 8th. I remember it was Rangers. So put all your eggs in that basket, because if you can land that trophy, you need a bit of luck. You need to get some of these injured players back for that competition. I don't know how that all entails because they keep changing the formats of these European competitions. I'm not experienced because I'm a Crystal Palace fan. I would love for my Crystal Palace side to be in a European competition. I think that would be an attractive proposition for any Crystal Palace player. But I think if the moment Tottenham Hotspur comes in for a Crystal Palace player, be no doubt about it, there'll be other Premier League clubs that could offer Champions League and the possibility of winning a Premier League. And how are you guys going to compete with that? You can't really, can you? Tottenham will play either AZ, Merseyside, or Galatasaray in the last 16. Oh, avoid Galatasaray. AZ and Galatasaray are up against each other. Oh, I think I might have jinxed it for you because I predicted Galatasaray to win 3-0. So tonight, so that might not be good for you lot. So then probably you would want to face AZ. Hope I haven't jinxed it for you lot. Midtjylland. I've gone there. I've gone for Midtjylland to lose 2-0 against La Real Sociedad. Okay, I'm gonna be direct with Tottenham Hotspur fans out there. From the moment that you do drop out of that European competition, I, I don't think I think you can get to the final, but you need to get some of your injured players back. The moment that looks like it's inevitable, I think that's the moment that perhaps Ange Postecoglou says upstairs is this, look, I'm gassed out. This ain't good for my health. Because it's not good that Ange Postecoglou, when every time he goes in front of a television crew, the man actually looks ill. That can't be good for the man. No one deserves that in any job. So I think that's what is going to happen. Moyes to save the season. You're saying that he has to win it. I would go further than that, Daniel. I think there might be some Tottenham Hotspur players that are off sick, and they could really, instead of being at the tattoo parlor and getting an extra tattoo, they should be in the training ground, perhaps exercising on the other parts of the bodies that are not injured. So the Tottenham players owe your manager a bit, I would say, as an outsider looking in. I know you're saying that he has to win it. The players need to step up. And I'm in no doubt of the two Tottenham fans that I know, if they see injured players coming back into the fold and putting an extra shift in, the Tottenham Hotspur fans will get behind them, and whoever the manager is. That's the spirit of your football club. You get behind the players that want to fight for your shirt. I've known Tottenham fans. My ex-manager used to be Tottenham manager. He was annoyed, but that's what it is. So you're saying that Ange Postecoglou needs to win it. I half agree with that. I think the players that he's got and the players that need to come back from injury ASP, they need to put an extra shift in and really, really turn it around in that competition in Europe. The moment that the Tottenham Hotspur fans see that happening, they will get behind Ange Postecoglou. It may take you there. Oh my God, could it be a final between Manchester United and Tottenham Hotspur in that competition? So what's going to happen this Sunday could be like a prequel to that. That's my view on it as an outsider looking into it. On that one. What's the other side you said? If they win the Europa, one way to see this phase of the season. I think if they win the Europa League, I think they do qualify to a knockout stage into the Champions League. I think that is the prize. And of course, the money that comes with it, I expect. If they win the Europa, there's one way to face the season. Levy still gets his Champions League money. Tottenham fans, there you go. There's a trophy, and Ange will then be a hero. Your players need to step up for him. I mean, I even heard stories that the translator at Tottenham Hotspur was also injured. I mean, it's like there's a sick note. They got to cut that out. They got to cut that out. Who you lot got? Let's have a look. Have they done it? When is your next? Don't get me wrong. As a Crystal Palace fan, I wish we could play you every weekend because I want to get into Europe. As a Crystal Palace fan, I'm annoyed that our home form is not good enough. Okay, you've got Manchester United, Ipswich Town. Oh, that's not going to be easy going to Portman Road. We all know what happened to Chelsea at Portman Road. And then you finish off with City this month. Then that means on Sunday you lot have to win against Manchester United. I think that's a better opportunity for you lot than it is against Ipswich Town. Portman Road is it's no easy to go there. Oh my days! Then you face Bournemouth. Sorry, I don't think you get anything against Bournemouth. Not the way you're playing right now. And then you've got perhaps something out of Fulham. Looking, do we get to play you again? I want to play you on 3 points. And we got you in May. Oh no! So, by the 10th of May, you'll know if your season is wrapped up or not. I suppose in that competition in Europe. I'll tell you what. As a Crystal Palace fan, your last match of the season is against Brighton. If you lot can beat Brighton on the last day of the season, and that means my Crystal Palace finish above Brighton, I sincerely hope that you Tottenham Hotspur fans out there, you go and win that European competition that you're still in. But you've got to beat Brighton, all right? So you just beat Brighton. The Manchester United fans, they let me down. They didn't just let me down. The television is broken at Old Trafford when they lost against Brighton. The Manchester United fans. The television is broken at Old Trafford, and even the mice at Old Trafford, they can't now not watch Danger Mouse and Thundercats on their TV because the TV is broken, because the Manchester United fans completely bottled it, and the poor manager at Manchester United damaged the television out there. So Tottenham Hotspur fans out there, if you can beat Brighton on the last day of the season, meaning that my Crystal Palace finish above Brighton, when you're in that final, in that European competition, I'm going to be so in your corner. So in your corner, real talk. But please beat Brighton. That's all I ask. Tottenham Hotspur fans, just beat Brighton. I need my Palace to finish above Brighton. If the win of Europa is one way to say, if you're going into the last 16, so then it's last 16s and then it's quarterfinals. So literally you are 3 matches away from winning a trophy. Just put all your eggs into that basket, I'd say. Just don't let your medical staff carry them, because you've got so many people in the injury. We'll help you out. We owe you smashing them, coming back and beating us there too. We'll help you out. We owe Brighton smashing them after coming back and beating us there too. What did you like? Did you lot beat them when did you lot play them? People out there are going to be thinking, why is he looking into Brighton fixtures? Because I don't like them and I want them to lose. Oh, you lot lost 3-2 against them. Oh, come on. How can you go to the Amex and lose against Brighton, Tottenham Hotspur fans? Oh, come on. That was a walk in the park for us. And you scored 2 goals away at the Amex. Don't tell me they won in the last minute. Oh, they did. They scored. Danny Welbeck, Bambi legs, ex-Arsenal. Oh, that must have hurt you lot. Imagine that. You had Maddison as well back then, fully fit. Nah, come on, Tottenham Hotspur fans. You can't go to Brighton and lose. You score 2 goals away. You score literally at halftime. You were winning 2-0. God, what a scene! Exactly, we owe them. Oh my God. I mean, if you didn't laugh, you'd actually cry. If my Crystal Palace team went to the Amex against the Brighton fans and we scored at halftime, we were leading 2-0, and then we bottled it 3-2. I would live with that like day and night. I'll be. How did that even happen? You had Kulusevski, Benacourt, Maddison. Up top, you had Solanke, Johnson, and Werner. Why did the referee keep giving you yellow cards? Who's the referee? Dave Coote and Paul Tierney. Blame it on the referee. Dave Coote, Paul Tierney. Oh my days. Time out. I'm not saying anything else. On that day, we lost the plot subtest on place where we're losing. Oh my days. Nah, listen, man. You just beat Brighton at the end of the season, and I'll have your corner when in this European competition. Real talk. I'm not backing. I'll do that. I'm a man of my word. How can you lead Brighton at the Amex 2-0 at half time? I know you had the referee was Dave Coote. And then bottle it 3-2. You go away from home and you score 2 goals, and then you can see 3 goals in the second half. That's mad. That's mad. At least park the bus or something. Oh, you've played AZ already. You won against them 1-0. Are you sure you're going to face them again then? And then after the Brighton loss, you played and you won against Ferencváros. Yeah, why doesn't he do that? He keeps on attack. But listen, mate, when you've got no midfield, as there's we can't reform that with all change. There's one famous content creator out there says, when you've got a donut in your midfield, when you've got like a big circle, when you've got nothing in there, you got to fill it up. Oh my God. It's absolutely still kicking off in all social platforms. Everyone is talking about what happened last night at Goodison Park, the last ever Merseyside derby. It's all kicking off there. Everyone's talking about it. The media talking about it. Oh, hello! This is breaking news. According to this, it's boss Arne Slot could still be in the Liverpool dugout to face Wolves on Sunday, despite his red card at Merseyside derby. I don't get that, but I'm going to read on. Apparently, well, I don't know. All I know, if it would have been Oliver Glasner, there will be no jury. He'll already be suspended for the next 2 or 3 matches. There's a rule for the Crystal Palace managers and the players, and there's a rule for everybody else. That's all I'm saying. Anyway, I'll read on. The Football Association needs to review the referee's Michael Oliver's report, because it's going to be so long, like literally, before making a decision of whether to take further action. Remind the Red Boss of his responsibilities or charge him. Slot was dismissed alongside Sipke Hulshoff after the final whistle of the 2-2 draw with Liverpool. Adamant James Tarkowski injury time lever should have been ruled out for a shove on the build-up. I agree with that. I think there was a shove on. I think it was Ibrahim Konate. He was fouled. The Premier League has earlier written off its website. Slot will serve a 2-match. Okay, let me just read this again, because I'm now going to start to lose it. So why is Arne Slot now? I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it, because if that would have been Oliver Glasner, if he'd done what, he would have been suspended. Like no, it would have been off. All right, let's have a look. Let's read this again. This is now breaking news. Boss Arne Slot could still be in the Liverpool dugout to face Wolverhampton Wanderers on Sunday, despite his red card in the Merseyside derby. The Football Association need to review the referee's Michael Oliver's report before making a decision whether to take no further action, remind the Reds boss of his responsibilities, or charge him. Slot was dismissed alongside assistant Sipke Hulthoff after the final whistle on the 2-2 draw with Liverpool, adamant James Tarkowski injury time leveller should have been ruled out for a shove on the build-up, which I concur. I think that could have been chalked off, that goal, real talk. Anyway, the Premier League... The Premier League has earlier written on its website, Slot will serve a 2-match touchline following his sending off before deleting it. So what's going on here? Is there an influence from this big worldwide... Oh, I'm fuming with this. I'm absolutely fuming. Listen, no disrespect to Liverpool fans out there, but I'm just thinking this... The big clubs get away with these decisions. Okay, let me read on. The FA has 3 working days to make the decision, meaning it still may not come before Sunday's clash with Wolves at Anfield in the Premier League. Well, work for your lunch break. Do overtime. What's the FA doing? Slot served a touchline ban in the Carabao Cup quarter-final with Southampton in December after collecting 3 yellows, but those cautions do not immediately impact the 47-year-old. So why not? Hello? They could, however, be aggravating factors taken into account during any hearing if Slot is charged and decides to have one. Oh, so you can either take the punishment or go into a... Oh, man. Did you lot hear that? Did you hear that? Apparently Arne Slot now will be in the dugout against Wolverhampton Wanderers. For me, as a neutral, I think Curtis Jones should not receive a red card because he didn't strike out to hit Doucoure. He merely grabbed him and pulled him away from the Liverpool fans to defuse the situation. Now, the media are portraying that Curtis Jones was like the bad factor, They're showing him in a bad face with an angry face, when it was actually Doucoure that was stoking it, that lit the fire, that struck the match as, if you like, using the terminology of Rio Ferdinand talking after the match with TNT Sports. And now, Arne Slot, I saw it. He went over to the officials, he shook their hands, and then the referee gave him the yellow cards. Oh, red cards, I suppose. So what's the point of the referee giving the red card to Arne Slot then? Can somebody please answer me that? What is the point of it? If now they're saying that because it happened on the Wednesday, like literally late, they need 3 days, Thursday, Friday. So that means the FA don't work on Saturday and Sundays. Well, excuse me, the FA, all the officials, all the coaches, all the teams in the Premier League have to work at the weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So the FA, that means they need 3 days. So they need until Monday. I'm absolutely losing it. Am I just overreacting over here? Liverpool fans out there, it looks like your manager, not only that, the FA put something on the webpage as soon as the match finished, and then they retracted it. Come on, man. Okay, they need 3 days, 3 working days. Okay, Thursday, Friday, and Monday and then they need to look into the previous yellow cards. So then let's go back to the Liverpool fixtures. Oh, I'm fuming with that. I'm so fuming with that. Liverpool getting away with that one there. I don't think Curtis Jones should get a red card. I think that should be rescinded. He just went about it the wrong way. Are those people in the chat saying that he should have got a yellow card? I disagree. I think he was just trying to pull Doucoure away from the Liverpool fans. So if anything, he should be applauded. Anyway, the person that should be really reprimanded should be Doucoure, because he was, even after he got sent off, he was still on the pitch giving it all the large to Virgil van Dijk and to everybody else. He was still on the pitch. Oh my days, I'm absolutely fuming that. That means he'll probably miss the bench whilst he goes to Villa Park against Unai Emery. And if he's more than one match suspension, because they have to take in consideration all the previous yellows. If he's not on a dugout against Manchester City, ooh, that's going to help Pep Guardiola. Unbelievable. I'm absolutely fuming just reading that. Kind of wish I didn't, but it is what it is. I can't find it now. Right, that is breaking news. So Slot could still be in the dugout for Sunday. Also, just to quickly remind, the Arsenal striker Kai Havertz, unless you've been living underneath a rock, he is out with a hamstring injury. It looks like for the rest of the season. And Mikel Arteta has already thrown underneath the bus Smith Rowe, Eddie Nketiah. Now Kai Havertz is injured. Gabriel Jesus is injured, I believe, for them still quite long term. And he ripped up Aubameyang, Lacazette, and all these forward players. These are options. I'm absolutely fuming with that. I'm absolutely fuming. The Premier League have deleted the line from their website that said the Liverpool boss, Arne Slot. That means that somebody's written that yesterday and they forgot that they don't work on Saturdays. Why don't the FA work on Saturdays and Sundays? Everybody else in the football world have to. Oh my days. Oh my day. Or maybe they do that because it's a match day. Oh dear. I'll say no more. Virgil van Dijk has accused the Everton midfielder Abdoulaye Doucoure of provoking Liverpool fans before the brawl that saw 4 sent off at Goodison Park. I don't disagree with that with Virgil van Dijk, but what I would add to that, Liverpool fans out there, how comes Virgil van Dijk is also not mentioning as the captain of Liverpool how they conceded that first goal against Everton from a set piece? Who was responsible for that? Was it the referee? Was it the lino? Was it the opposition manager? Was it the Everton players? No, it was the defending of Liverpool. So the narrative of the end of that 2-2 draw is not talking about the mistakes that were done on the pitch by the Liverpool players in open play or defending set pieces. It's on what happened at the end. It's just it's too easy. The reason why I say that is because I've seen Virgil van Dijk at Selhurst Park pushing it to the limit and not getting decisions, and my Palace players not getting the decisions. I.e., one example, Mark Gahey right in front of him. His arm was pulled up out of his shoulder socket, like literally, in the penalty area. And Crystal Palace, we never got any crumbs, no VAR, nothing. all because he wasn't interfering with the play. Absolutely fuming with that. So he's playing it within the rules. It is what it is. But no one's talking about how they considered that goal. And I'll tell you something, as I said at the beginning of this morning show. Oh my God, it's 1 o'clock. Are you mad? I started, how long have I been doing it? I didn't realize it was that long. Absolutely fuming with it. So that's the breaking news. I agree with Virgil van Dijk, what he said at the end, that it is Doucoure is provoking the Liverpool fans. And I will go further to say that I think Curtis Jones should have his red card rescinded. He just went about it in a hop to measure. Also, if I may say so, Chelsea striker Nicholas Jackson will miss. He's out with a hamstring injury, and the Celtic boss there, Brendan Rodgers, who brought on Jefferson Schlupp on as a substitute in the second half for Crystal Palace. He's saying that there's one more shot at it. Yes, he did. I think if they've got another shot at it. So good luck to the Celtic fans out there. Maybe he's oh, sorry, I missed your chat there. Yeah, we can. Yeah, there's something going on. I don't know why, but for some reason, my contacts keep flagging up. A pop-up window pops up. I don't know what's causing it because I ain't touching anything apart from the mouse. Anyway. Oh, is it because of the new series? If I say contacts, does it pop up? I can't. Anyway, I don't know what's going on. But anyway, big up to Daniel 90. Thank you very much for your contributions and all your comments. Absolutely. Thank you very much. It means a lot. Where are you? I'll go to you in a minute. Oh, I nearly deleted you. Oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. As you can tell, I'm new to all this. I've nearly deleted you. Whoops. Oh, my taste. Daniel 90 says, yeah, the format has all changed. Yes, I can't keep up with things. Maybe his appeal descending off why the appeal process goes. He can still be in charge. No, it's not that actually, Daniel. From what I've read it officially, it's because the FA need 3 working days. And obviously the match happened yesterday. Thursday, Friday, and Monday is what the FA need to take into consideration is previous yellow cards and the full report of the manager, of the officials, of Michael Oliver, and then take that into consideration. So the FA need 3 working days, and that concludes at the end of Monday business hours. So the FA need to have those 3 working days to look at the past of Arne Slot in respect to previous yellows, what the official officiating report is of the manager and of the Michael Oliver, and I expect the officials, and then they have to make a decision whether to charge him with something contrary to the rules of being a manager at a football match, or whether to just let it go. So it's because they need 3 working days. It's not because he's appealed. He hasn't been charged of anything thus yet. How I see it, they haven't got to that point from the FA's perspective. It's just someone in the FA typed it into the official webpage and overstepped it. Unbelievable. Cool. Well, even though Tottenham got smashed last week against Liverpool, Virgil was a little lucky to get away with the elbow. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Look, Liverpool fans out there, I know you've had it difficult yesterday and you're having a headache this morning. I expect you are going to have that. But I have to say, do I think Virgil van Dijk is a dirty player? No. Do I think he understands the rules and how the referees and the liners and VAR interpret them? Absolutely. He's a professional. at looking at the situation as an experienced captain for Liverpool, and if I may add to that, it's not a Liverpool fan that's just come together. It's a working machine. It's a working machine. Not because I say so as an outsider looking into it. Go to their trophy cabinet under Jurgen Klopp, Virgil van Dijk being their captain. He's broken records there, Virgil van Dijk, as I think, if not, the first Netherlands player, Netherlands home football player to be the captain of Liverpool and earn those accolades under Jurgen Klopp. So he's learned over the steward and the wise learning curve, being the captain for Jurgen Klopp, to understand the rules of what the referee sees and how the rules are interpreted by the officials on match days, and he's also by the officials at Stockley Park. So do I think he's a dirty player? No, but he understands how and where the defining line is, the point of no return is, and I've seen it. Yes, I remember seeing that, and got banned for this game. Virgil van Dijk with an elbow. Do you know where I think, whenever I hear Tottenham Hotspur and elbow, I always think back to what happened to your player Mabbott. Is it Gary Mabbott back in the day? And that was horrendous. I was like, oh, I could never get that out of my mind. How dangerous it can be, the sport, to so it. Yeah, so it sticks in the mind, elbow and Richarlison. And if I'm not mistaken, that's the player that went off injured in the first half. The moment that Richarlison, I think he kind of not rattled, it annoyed Richarlison. I remember watching the match. I was watching it, and he got substituted because I think he came off injured, your Richarlison. But before he got substituted, it really ticked him off that Virgil van Dijk wasn't reprimanded for it. And the moment your Richarlison came off the pitch, your side was not the same. You need him back for that European competition. I think Liverpool themselves would prefer if Slot probably banned for this game. They've got woes who the game's against after. Yes, I would have thought so, but at the moment they haven't. The FA, as I read it, they haven't charged him because they need 3 working days to observe the report from Michael Oliver, who was the manager against Everton versus Liverpool, and then also they need to take in consideration the previous history of Arne Slot. Apparently, it's accumulated quite a few yellows. For a manager that at the beginning of the season was saying he was a cool cucumber, well, he's not had to deal with the injuries that your Ange Postecoglou has had to do, and the lack of investment that the club have done in the transfer windows, season after season prior for him getting there. And VAR, I think Liverpool themselves would prefer if Slot was probably banned for this game. Yeah, I read the same comment. I'm such a professional that I'm reading the same comment twice. Do apologise. I'll get it right one day. Daniel 90 must be thinking this lad is like, he's so unprofessional. He's reading the comments twice. Oh my days. I'm scared to click onto your comments because I'm scared that I might delete you accidentally. VAR said he did not get sent off for the elbow because there was not enough intent. So what has he got to happen? It's got the same's got to happen for that just infuriates me, because I know if that was a Crystal Palace player doing it, no trial, no jury, boom, eat a red card. I'm not surprised to hear it. And this is okay. I'm not having a go at the Liverpool fans. I'm just saying it's inconsistency in result. An elbow to the face is an elbow to the face. All right. Whether it's casual or whether you are doing something in your own time and you accidentally get one in the face. If you're in a swimming pool and you're swimming and you get an elbow in the face. It's still an elbow in the face. Oh my God. He lost his head after that. Yeah, he did. There you go. I said it. I saw it when I was watching the match, and I was saying he's lost it. He's lost it, but he's not that. And I think he didn't go off. I don't think Richie went off injured because of the thing. I've seen that in women's football as well. I remember. Here, let me show you. We've got an international player that's just come back from injury. Her name is Elise Hughes, and last season I was at an away fixture against Watford, and I was behind the goal, and she received literally more than an elbow. It was like an elbow followed by like a double chin combination, and her chin, her face was like literally on the grass, and the referee was having none of it. And I was like, hello, and she didn't. She just carried on. She put her chin back on, and she carried on, and she scored later on. She was absolutely brilliant, Elise Hughes, for the Crystal Palace women team, and she kept on marching on. And that's why we got promoted into WSL. One of the reasons, and it can trigger a player to lose it on the pitch or to up levels. And Richie, yeah, but I think your Richarlison came off because of a leg injury, not a face injury, if I'm not mistaken. Needs Solanke back as well. You need and the one that throws the darts, Madison. You need him back. You need Solanke, Madison, and Richarlison. Get them back. Listen, you're not going to get into Europe in the Premier League. Get them back for that European competition. I suppose Manchester United fans won't like me saying that because they probably want to win that competition as well. Oh, he's got a calf injury, so he's not going to be coming back anytime soon then. Can he walk that off within 3 days? He's got to be sold in the summer, Richie, too injury prone. Why does your club keep buying injury prone players? And are they They clearly are rushing them. Stop buying £60 million players that go straight into A&E. I just don't get it. Someone is making big mistakes at your football club, but then you could argue. Then could you not then argue that? And then Daniel Levy could be saying, "Well, look, hello, there's the money you spent it, and you just bought wrong players." He's not going out there in the transfer market, I expect. Well, maybe it's not as simple as that. I think there's probably more into it, and I expect the Tottenham Hotspur fans will have more to say on that. I expect. Be sold. Who's going to buy him? And don't even think about coming from my JP, my Jean-Philippe Mateta. Don't even think about it. I'm going to start losing it, like real talk. And the defenders need to come back as well. The first choice centre-backs, Van der Ven, yeah, you've got literally under 21s. Even your goalkeeper, the youngster, he's from Finland. He's barely just started to shave. I think he's done well for you lot. Can't remember his name. I'm absolutely fuming just to hear that, but it makes sense. The FA need to have 3 working days, Thursday, Friday, and Monday, whether to decide to make an official charge against Liverpool's manager Arne Slot, and I expect that also goes for the assistant Kingsky. Yeah, he's done well. I saw that emotional when he went over to grab his sister after that debut against... Who was it? Was it against Liverpool? No, it was against... literally, within 48 hours, he didn't know Dragosley's got an ACL. He's been out for 10 months. Fucking hell. Unbelievable. I've said it last season, not just while I watched the Crystal Palace men field on play, home and away fixtures, but also in the women's team. There's too many players going down, getting chopped up with injuries off the ball. Is it the footwear? Is it the type of surfaces that they're playing? Is it something that the volume of games they're playing in? There's got to be something in there. They need to look at that because there's too many players just getting injured. Here we go. Breaking news at 12:43 today. This is breaking news. Please hit like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. I forgot to say that. The football associations have announced that semi-automated offside technology will be used. The Offside Association have announced that the semi-automated. Okay, this is what have they flipped? They've moonwalked on something again. The Football Association, have announced that semi-automated offside technology will be used for the first time in England during the 5th round of the FA Cup in March. The officiating at the moment is not consistent enough with the technology that they have at the moment. And now, mid-season, they're going to introduce something else. Oh, do me a favour. Do me a favour. The technology which is used in the Champions League will be utilised in 7 of the 8 FA Cup matches. It must be then one of the home fixtures somewhere. They can't install it because of the technology not being present. That's the only way I can think of. The Premier League, which has hoped to introduce the technology in 2024, will look to implement the semi-automated offside later this season. This is what I'm talking about. What's the point of having the I suppose you've got to have the assistant referees running down the line in case the system fails, but that's similar to what they used in the World Cup. I saw something where I've got to be careful how I say it because it's live, and I don't know, I can't remember actually where I saw it. So no, I mention it because maybe somebody else out there has seen it. Where literally in the stadiums they will have a rail on either side, lengthwise of the pitch, and they'll have 2 cameras on rails, not like in the train, but on magnetic rails, and it'll go up and down, but then they'll have to install that in all the stadiums, I suppose. If that is what they use in the World Cup and the Champions League, it actually works pretty good. The problem that I have with it is that they're already having difficulty with consistency decisions with the technology that they're existingly using at Stockley Park. And if they add another one into it, will they know how to press the right buttons? I looked at your previous videos and see you do UFC boxing as well. Yes, I've done a few, and actually that's one of my highest view one. I did the I did some stuff on there, and I'm passionate as well about boxing and UFC, and something that I'm thinking of doing as well. And I've also just recently done the Super Bowl for UFC and boxing. Yeah, there's a lot of people that love that stuff. The problem that I have with that is the hours, because if Dana White runs the UFC, if it's Eastern or Central time, depending where they have their event in the USA, then that's more or less doable. But when they have it Western time in Las Vegas, further out, it's like it does mess up your clockwork. You're working at some mad hours, and so it's a difficult one. But it's there's a lot of that. The one which I have just recently discovered, because I did the Super Bowl, of course, the Philadelphia Eagles versus the Kansas City Chiefs, and I predicted that one correctly. Go and check it out. There's a big fan base out there on NFL, I think there's an English card there soon. Yeah, apparently the NFL are coming down to us and the UFC, and it wouldn't surprise me if they hold it at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Um, it's built for purpose. Okay, what is semi-automatic offside? Semi-automatic offside technology is a system that uses cameras and software to determine if a player is offside. It's been designed to help officials speed up the process of making offside calls and should theoretically at least reduce errors. The technology was used earlier this week when Erling Haaland opened the scoring against Real Madrid in the Champions League at the Etihad. The decision took VAR around 4 minutes, as officials had to determine whether Josko Guardiola had played the ball backwards to Erling Haaland. So don't so don't expect it to completely remove those long waits. Do you know what? I don't want breaks in the match, but I think the FA, they're always complaining about not having enough matches, and they clearly don't work on a Saturday and Sunday, because that's why Arne Slot is going to be in his dugout on Saturday or Sunday against Wolverhampton Wanderers, because they need 3 working days. So every time that there is delays because of VAR, run adverts and get companies to pay for having the privilege for running those adverts. The money will start rolling in. The problem is it's going to go like they do in the NFL, and a lot of people, but they're missing an opportunity there to import inward investment there. There'll be firms out there that would want to pay for that. I'm going to put that in the chat. I'm going to put it here. So I'm going to need that later on. Paste. There you go. And semi-automated offside. What's going on with Mikel Arteta now? Okay, there's some pre-match conferences. Oh, please do me a favor. The media trying to make it says here it doesn't pour rain, but it pours for Mikel Arteta. What pours of over £850 million net spent over 5 years, and he hasn't landed any trophy. Do you mean that kind of rain of money? There it is. Arsenal have released an official saying saying the injury list that their players have got, and that's the narrative of it. Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Unbelievable. Please hit a like and subscribe at Diego Cepeda. I'm going to wrap it up now. This was finally supposed to be a morning show, and I'm into 1 o'clock, 1:30 in the afternoon now. I actually don't know how I'm supposed to structure these things. It's the second morning show that I've done, and I've clearly overrun it. I don't know what I'm doing. But I had to talk about what happened last night. Without going into it again, we're just recapping it. Of course, last night, the final Merseyside derby took place at Goodison Park. Some good football in the first half, second half, but right at the end, there was some madness. And all lit up by the inappropriate behaviour, in my opinion, as Doucoure. I don't think Curtis Jones should be having to be suspended as a neutral looking at it, because he didn't go over there and hit Doucoure. He just grabbed him and pulled him away from the Liverpool fans. So if anything, he was trying to diffuse it, but then Doucoure just started holding him, and then it's wherever. So that's that. I do think that the Arsenal, the Liverpool manager Arne Slot should be punished, although of course he was demonstrating, because that equaliser by Everton should have been ruled out, because Ibrahim Konate was clearly fouled on the build up to that equaliser from Everton. But even then, he should have just pulled it back. You didn't see Virgil van Dijk and it was Ruud van Nistelrooy. You didn't see Ruud van Nistelrooy act the way Arne Slot acted towards the fourth official and the referee at the end of the match. Ruud van Nistelrooy, at the end of that match, where he was prevented for his side getting into a penalty shootout against Manchester United, he said to the media afterwards, "It's done. What can I do about it?" And number two, those mistakes shouldn't happen at this level. And then throwing the whole thing back at the refereeing and the organisation that looks at that. But Arne Slot, he needs to calm it down, and someone needs to go and tap on the shoulder, perhaps even more on Doucoure, because I think they got lucky yesterday. The way it all unfolded, the stewards and the security staff at Goodison Park, they contained that as best as possible to prevent anyone from being injured or harmed. And Doucoure, even after being red carded, even after the full-time whistle, if you look at it, when the Arne Slot went up to the referee with Virgil van Dijk, his captain, to shake the hand of the referee and the officials, Doucoure was still behind the officials doing this and egging on Virgil van Dijk. Why was he still on the pitch? Because my understanding is, in the Premier League, when you get a red card, it's down the tunnel and you should be out. So it's carried on. They got lucky last night that nothing serious happened. The morning breaking news that I'm hearing is that Arne Slot looks like he will be on the dugout against Wolverhampton Wanderers, because the FA need 3 working days, that's Thursday, Friday and Monday, to not just look into and take in consideration the Michael Oliver's match report, but also to take in consideration the history of Arne Slot versus previous yellow cards and past behaviour. They need to take all that into account, and they need 3 working days, i.e. by the close of business on Wednesday. I expect on Tuesday morning, 9 o'clock, Arne Slot will be notified by the FA, or then thereabouts, if they deem necessary to actually pull him up on something that he's done inappropriately. Here we go. Some good news. Some good news for the Leicester City manager. Hold on a minute. Some good news for the Leicester City manager. Ruud van Nistelrooy provides an update on the fitness of Jamie Vardy. You know what, I'm going to stay on, because now all the reports are coming on. Daniel 90. Thank you very much. If you're still there, if I may take the liberty of I like one of your comments that you put up there. There it is. I'm going to put this one up. I'm going to pin your comment there. And if you're still there, oh, how'd you do this? I'm going to add you as a mod. I don't know if. I hope that's okay to do that. I hope you're still there, but I'll pin your comment. I think that's a good comment, because thank you very much, and the fact that you like UFC, I appreciate that. Right, and it's what it is I'm doing is I'm learning how to do this stuff, and also I'm learning to respond. But what I haven't sort of fixed is that once I start talking about football or boxing or MMA, I kind of carry on like into 24 hours live stream. I'm not going to hold you here for 24 hours. But this was supposed to be a morning show. It is on the thumbnail morning show, and we're going towards the evening actually at the moment. I just don't know how to. I think what the professionals do is that they do they do like a no more than 2 hour slot or 1 hour and a half, and then they stop, and then they start another one, and then another one. I think that's what you're supposed to do. I don't know. I don't know. I hope this is okay for people out there. Breaking news. The Leicester City manager, Ruud van Nistelrooy, provides an update on the fitness of Jamie Vardy, Yannick Vestergaard, and Victor Christensen. Quoting Ruud van Nistelrooy, I think he's a good coach and a good manager. So, as an outsider looking at the situation there for Leicester City, he he's had to, as he said, I think in the last match he took a 15-year-old and he put him on the bench. He's looking and he's learned how to do that. Before I go into what he read, go to the official YouTube channel of Leicester City and subscribe to it, and look at the pre-match interview that they did of him prior to the previous game, and the way Ruud van Nistelrooy speaks in those interviews, very eloquent, very direct, and it's quite informing actually in how he approaches or what he's trying to do at Leicester City, and galvanizing the experience that he has learned from coming through the ranks of as a young player at PSV in the Netherlands. And he's putting that in his coaching, and coupled with the experience, obviously, clearly that he's had successfully for club playing football as a player and beginning his coaching career. He goes on to say they've had a good week's training. Oh, right. So those three players that I've just mentioned, Ruud van Nistelrooy goes on to say, quoting him, they've had a good week's training, so they are back in full training, all being well today and tomorrow and ready for selection. So I said it before that Tottenham Hotspur, sorry to remind you on that. Yeah, a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, I know. I'm just coming to. I knew you were going to come. I was like, oh, if he's still there. I actually predicted that one correctly. I said, because we recently played against Leicester City before that, and we went away to the King Power Stadium, and I didn't go to that one, but I did a watch along to that, and I watched that, and I was just saying to myself, if only Ruud van Nistelrooy can unlock Vardy to scoring, getting a goal off a shin, off the back of the thigh or something, and just get him consistently scoring. I think that's what he needs to do. And so they're fully back there. And then on the youngsters, Jeremy Monga and Jake Evans, they are in contention because they are part of the first team training. Once or twice a week, they are with us. The players are now back who weren't able to be there at Manchester United, so we have to have a look. But they are competing. So basically what Ruud van Nistelrooy, though, is doing is he's been forced to play the hand of bringing in 15-year-olds and youngsters, under 21s, into his squad in depth of what's available because of injury to other players and the lack of bringing in signings in the transfer window. Hence, go back to the Leicester City official YouTube channel and look at the previous match interview. Not this one that he's just done, the one before. He's saying there, he's keeping the youngsters still in there, training with the first team where possible and there's only positives from there. I know Vardy will score. He always scores against Spurs. Well, it looks like they've got Arsenal next on Saturday. It's a 12:30 kickoff. And isn't it Jamie Vardy always scores against Arsenal? Or is it another club that I'm thinking of? I know he will score. He'll always scores against Spurs. when Jamie Vardy's on it and he gets the service, it's the Roy of the Rovers story. That's the way I see Jamie Vardy. Right. He goes on to say, the Leicester City manager Ruud van Nistelrooy on the plan. Here we go. Leicester City manager Ruud van Nistelrooy on the planned fans' protest against the club's hierarchy during the match against Arsenal. Apparently, it's not just going to be the Tottenham Hotspur fans doing a protest this weekend. It looks like there might be some Leicester City. Why would they be making a protest against Ruud van Nistelrooy or even the owner? Okay, I'll have to look. I'll have to talk to a Leicester City fan. I don't get that, but anyway, I mean, literally, they've had it. Okay, they're at the bottom. They're in the bottom 3-4. Maybe that's why. And then he goes, "Thank God we can live in a society where there is freedom of." Why is he even answering a question about politics? Just don't go there, mate. Vardy's such a troll. He mocked us. He's a wind-up merchant. Do you know what? Yes, I agree with you. And I hate him when he comes to Selhurst Park. Him and there's another player, Iniacho, back in the day for Leicester City, and in the old days it was Is it not Aldridge? Steve something. He used to play for Leicester City. Oh my days, quality player, but he always scored against us. Steve Claridge, I think it was. Quality player for Leicester City, but he always done a number on my Crystal Palace players. And I used to Steve Claridge, that's the one. Very good technical player, but when he plays for Leicester City back in the day against my Palace, I was like, please have a day off. Just have a day off. Just have a day off. And he never did. He always scored against us. I hated it. And I don't like using that word. The Leicester City players will know about him. Anyway, the Leicester City manager, Ruud van Nistelrooy, on planned fan protest against the club hierarchy during the match against Arsenal. Thank God we can live in. I better be careful. But if he said it publicly, then I can say it. Surely, he's not going to say something. Is that when anyone goes into anything political, I just hold back. I've learned that from other content creators. I've had some good advice from some of them. There's some things that you got to stay clear of. No, I'm going to read it. He said it out publicly, so it should be fine. I hope. Thank God that we can live in a society where there is freedom of speech, and everyone who feels that they can let their voice heard is free to do that. We can be happy that they can do that. When you look at the Champions League games, what Champions League? Is Leicester in the Champions League? What? When you look at the Champions League games and looking back and a player you played in front of the home crowd, there's a connection. I know as a coach and someone who loves sport and football, what it does to the team. I can only hope the support will be behind the players. If there's anything you want to get off your chest individually or in the groups, we live in a society that's possible, but then the whistle starts and okay, I'll get what he's saying now. All right. So basically what Ruud van Nistelrooy is saying, that one, free society, free speech, etc., etc. Yeah. But what he's trying to emphasize there at the end of what he's saying is, once the whistle blows, he's kind of giving a hint to the Leicester City fans, regardless of the grievances that you may have with what is happening upstairs, he's kind of hinting to the Leicester City fans, I kind of need you right now in this moment. And I'm not surprised he's saying that, because they're up against Arsenal. And of course, Arsenal have got their own injury problems, literally, the real talk. Ruud van Nistelrooy needs that, and they're at home at the King Power Stadium. So regardless of the so-called protests that are incoming by the Leicester City fans, he's saying them. He's kind of dropping a hint. He's like, look, have your protest by all means, but please get behind my players, because they need you. The players need the support of the fans. I'll give you an Achilles heel, like a pulse on the. I always, as a Crystal Palace fan, at Selhurst Park, ever since the late 80s to the present day, I've always looked at how the Crystal Palace ultras at the Homestead End interact with what's going on and off the pitch during the match. And when they go silent, I automatically look at the individuals in the sort of director's lounge and all that kind of whatnot. And they take note of it because but we've got an amazing support at Crystal Palace. But when they go silent during a match because they're not happy, it's heartbreaking for me as a Crystal Palace fan, just seeing that and watching that. But usually they've got the pulse on the part, and then the club has to act and change managers and whatnot in those circumstances. We don't have that problem, of course, now with Oliver Glasner at the helm. And I just hope Tottenham Hotspur and other football clubs don't come in for him now. Oh, I don't even want to think about the next transfer window. I don't even want to think about it. There's there's no more report. I'm just waiting to see if there's any more. There's going to be some other press conferences. I'm trying to see what order of players that the conferences that are coming out by the managers. Oh my God, it's coming up to 1:30. It's supposed to be only like a morning hour show. I'm going to have to change it from a morning hour show to a daily football show. People are going to start putting in the comments, sarcastic comments, saying it's too long. I've lost the page that I was on. Okay, there is some further news. There's some news about Liverpool, what happened yesterday. Some people are calling it poetic scenes. I don't think so. I think someone needs to pull Doucoure aside and seriously tell him. And I think that has to come from David Moyes, because they need to explain to him and literally make him understand that because of his actions, there could have been some stewards, there could have been some football fans that could have been severely injured because of what he lit up, as Rio Ferdinand said. And he doesn't need to get to that. Just do a little celebration and then walk away and leave the away fans, especially when it comes to Everton versus Liverpool and Liverpool versus Everton. He clearly doesn't understand the fabric and the identity of both of the two football clubs and how they've been going at each other way before he started playing for Everton. Someone is to pull the Doucoure aside and say, listen, lad, you can't go into these situations and go past this line in the sand, because if you do, someone's going to get injured, someone's going to get hurt in those stands, and you're going to have to live with that. And I'm sure that he probably doesn't want to. I'm sure he's a professional football player and he will understand that. Okay, here we go. The Chelsea manager, Enzo Maresca, asked at his press conference if he was looking at Christopher Nkunku to play a big role with Nicholas Jackson out injured. He goes on to say, this is Enzo Maresca, Christopher could be one of the solutions, but he's not the only solution. We are going to try and find different solutions. I have said many times I consider Christopher a very important player since we started. The problem is they think they are important just if they play. If they don't play, they don't think they're important. But now also the transfer closed, everyone is here. Listen, Enzo Maresca, this guy, I don't rate this Enzo Maresca. Because before the transfer window, I heard him talking about the previous club where he used to manage, and he was bigging up their forwards over there. So I was thinking to myself, as a neutral looking into Chelsea, I was thinking, why are you not bigging up the likes of Christopher Nkoku? Oh, suddenly he is doing that today because of the injury to Nicholas Jackson. You wonder why they're not scoring goals for you, mate? Please. Chelsea manager Enzo Maresca on Rio Latvia could return probably like Jackson after the international break. So it's a few weeks down the road. If you're new to the channel, please hit a like and subscribe at DLC Palace. I think I am going to wrap it up soon because I not only need to go to the toilet, I need to find it. I just want to know if it's are they doing the press conferences today? Is there an order of place? Is Oliver Glasner going to do a press conference today? I'm just going to quickly go into the official webpage at Crystal Palace. Oh no, Haley Nolan is still injured and Amy Everett. Laura Kuminski can do without those injuries. I know we've brought in players in. Sorry, I've got to read this. It's 4 hours in fresh. And there's still tickets available for Everton and Aston Villa. There's nothing on the Millwall fixture. Everybody's waiting for that at the moment, I suppose. Sorry, I've got to read this. I know if you're not a Crystal Palace football fan. But on the official webpage at Crystal Palace, it says the Crystal Palace women can confirm that the captain, Amy Everett... Where's my Crystal Palace women's team? What are they doing down there? Oh, Ben. Need to pull the hamstring there on my back there, overstretching. It's the Crystal Palace women's team. Big up to the Crystal Palace women's team. Let me just plonk you there. Keeps falling down. It says the Crystal Palace women can confirm that the captain Amy Everett and defender Haley Nolan have both sustained injuries in recent weeks. Yeah. Follow their assessment. I thought they recovered. Follow their assessments. We can confirm that Everett suffered. Oh no. Oh no. Following their assessment, we can confirm that Everett suffered ligament damage to her foot in our recent match against Brighton Hove Albion and will require surgery. Oh, Amy. Oh, she's going to be devastated. Absolutely devastated. With her expected return date to be assessed in due course. No doubt. If the player has to have surgery, that's not a... Nolan, which is meaning Haley Nolan, whom I said was the women's player of last season. But the people that voted, they voted for Molly May Sharp, but Molly May Sharp's amazing as well. But I gave my vote to Haley Nolan, the Republic of Ireland international and Crystal Palace defender. Nolan, meanwhile, has sustained a hamstring injury, which could rule the defender out until April international window, although her rehabilitation in this time will be closely monitored. Okay, so she could return. She's a fighter on that pitch. I know she's a fighter. That's why I gave her player of last season when they won the Barclays Championship trophy. So I look forward to seeing Haley Nolan back as soon as possible, available for Laura Kuminski to be able to pick her. The club wishes both players a full speedy recovery and looks forward to seeing their return to the pitch in due course. Oh, no. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. That's on the official Crystal Palace webpage. It's just a few hours fresh. I know they won't watch my channel, but Haley Nolan and Amy Everett, keep working on your recovery or incoming operation and recovery, and get back through that injury recovery and getting back to match fitness, because I expect that's a stage. There's stages that they have to go through way before they can put boots on grass. And yeah, just keep fighting it. You'll get through it. The pair of you, I know you will. Last season, you didn't give up on each other. You didn't give up on the other Crystal Palace women's players, and you never gave up playing for Laura Kaminsky, and that's why you were champions. That's why you're still champions. I'm absolutely gutted to hear that Amy Everett's now having to have an operation. Oh, Laura Kaminsky, well, that's going to be hit them hard. Okay, get well soon, Amy Everett and Hayley Noland. I'm actually sad. I'm beginning to get annoyed. We didn't need that right now, but their well-being and their recovery is what's important. So get well soon, Amy Everett and Hayley Noland, the Crystal Palace women's players there. That's officially announced. There is no live conference at the moment because I'm just going to quickly go into it. I know it's on Friday. Yeah, I would have thought that the live things, if you subscribe to the Palace TV on the official webpage, I've got nothing to do with the football club. I'm just a football fan. But go to cpfc.co.uk and it's not that expensive. Subscribe to the Palace TV. There's amazing content there, not just for the Crystal Palace men's team, senior side. They do unders coverage there and Crystal Palace women content there as well. It's absolutely brilliant. Well recommended there. Real talk. Okay. Quickly back to the news, and then I'm going to wrap it up because it's supposed to be a morning show, and I've only gone and done 3 hours. Maybe if I start, say, at 7:30, then I won't go this far. The Brighton. Oh, I understand. I understand why Brighton manager and the Chelsea manager has been speaking today. I forgot. Sorry, tomorrow it is. I'm busy this week. On Friday evening, it's a 8 p.m. kickoff. It is Brighton versus Chelsea. So Chelsea fans out there, don't let me down, okay? I've been let down by the Tottenham Hotspur fans. I've been let down by the Manchester United fans when they faced Brighton. So Chelsea fans out there, like Mr. Wolf said in Pulp Fiction, pretty please with sugar on top. Clean the car, clean Brighton out. That's what I'm saying. All right. Don't let me down, Chelsea fans, because if you do, I'm going to hand out some receipts, like real talk. You're away at the Amex against Brighton, so Chelsea fans out there. Okay, you haven't got Nicholas Jackson, and but there's still no excuse. Just make. You see, Tottenham Hotspur fans and Manchester United fans out there, if you had done, and if you got 3 points off Brighton, my Crystal Palace right now would be above Brighton in the table. So I'm not letting go of that, okay? I'm still handing out receipts on that. So Chelsea fans, just don't let me down. I think maybe by talking about it, maybe I'm jinxing it. But, I mean, oh, come on. Chelsea fans out there. Not only have you, in past seasons, have been given millions and millions and millions of pounds to Brighton when you bought Casado, and also when you took Graham Potter off them, millions and millions of pounds. They're probably still paying them money. Ridiculous. And then the Chelsea fans have the audacity to try and get Mark Gahey on the cheap. Oh, I'm getting fuming. I'm starting to lose it. And now that apparently they're having a little with their whiskers there, the Chelsea, the Lion mascots, they're trying to get Daniel Munoz on the cheap as well. Don't get me there, Chelsea fans. Don't get me there. Jammy Chelsea fans. Real talk. cracking a shell there, cracking another one over there, trying to poach another player there, offering them over 10, 15 years contracts. Okay, the Brighton manager, Fabian Hüsler, on the availability of tomorrow's game, he goes on to say against, of course, Chelsea that are going as visitors to the Amex. He goes on to say Lewis Dunk is doubtful, so we have to see if we can train today. Oh, so they're not even seeing if they can train today. Okay, so we can see if he can train today, but I'm not sure he'll be ready for tomorrow's game. Well, no doubt, if he's not training today, how is he going to be available for tomorrow night? So there you go, Chelsea fans. Their best defender, a veteran experience, Brighton player there, Lewis Dunk. I call him the lamppost. I'm a Crystal Palace as I could call the Brighton players names. He's not available. So Chelsea fans out there, look, that one of their best defenders there is not going to be available. So definitely do a number over Brighton. Paris Espinonan is still doing rehab, so he's an opinion of the game, and Wilfred trained week, so an opinion have to see how Solly March and who's back in the team training, but might be too early for him. So there you go. The Brighton manager, he's having to deal with injuries, just like Ange Postecoglou. The rest of the managers in the Premier League that's had to deal with injuries, players, and the only team that hasn't had to do it is Liverpool. And Arne Slot is not going to be in the dugout. He's going to be in the dugout against Wolverhampton Wanderers because the FA don't work on Saturday and Sunday. Apparently, they need 3 days to assess the report from Michael Oliver and also assess the past history of conduct of the Liverpool manager, Arne Slot. At the end of Monday, they will decide whether to call Arne Slot and say, look, you need to respond to these things that you've done wrong. And then they'll take it from there. So literally on Sunday at Wolverhampton Wanderers, not only Arne Slot, but their assistant manager, I think they're going to be on that touchline. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Okay, I'm going to call it a wrap. No, actually, I'm just going to go to the toilet and we're back in 2 minutes. I just know that the moment that I go to the toilet and come back, something big breaks. So I'm just going to put on here, back in a moment, toilet break. Ooh. I don't know if you can see that. And I can't thank enough, over 5 people watching. You lot are absolutely insane, and thank you very much for the support thus far. It's only supposed to be like an hour show. It's turned into a 4-hour show. That's bad. I'm going to run it up to 4 hours and then I'll call it quits because I need to go and get some food and get some other stuff. Let's go to the shopping as well today. Never mind. Right, I'm just going to the toilet. I'll be back in a tick. Just be a second. Oh, my legs have gone to sleep. Oh, my days. Oh, my days. Right. Oh, thank you very much for holding on. Oh, you lot are absolutely amazing to be holding out. Right. The thumbnail did say Doucoure versus Curtis Jones, and I'm going to give you what I honestly believe in the situation there, having slept on it, because obviously very emotional, even as a neutral watching that amazing final Merseyside derby at Goodison Park, a wonderful stadium. Liverpool fans will like me saying this, but I've been there, and it's the architecture of the stadiums of Goodison Park has echoes of my Selhurst Park in that perspective. Of course, we've got a better atmosphere at Selhurst Park. Of course, best match day experience in the Premier League. We've got the best mascots as well. But Doucoure versus Curtis Jones, I think Curtis Jones should not be reprimanded with a red card. I think that should be rescinded by the FA because he did not lash out to Doucoure. He was merely went over there because he was upset because Doucoure, after that equaliser that came through, even after the foul on Ibrahim Konate, but the captain of Everton scored the equaliser, and Doucoure went towards the away Liverpool fans, and the way I can describe it is, say this is Goodison Park, this section here, and that's the pitch. This section here is where the away fans always stand. We don't sit there. We always stand there when I've been there anyway. I expect the Liverpool fans weren't sitting either because they would have been so upset about what happened at the end. But what happened is when the ball got pinned from here to there, it bounced on the penalty area, then it bounced back up again, and then the Everton captain scored, and then he and the rest of the Everton players all went towards the Everton fans there and they celebrated. But Doucoure was here on the left-hand side, and instead of going over to celebrate with his players, he turned round and he faced the away fans standing here at Goodison Park, and he started to do all of this. And okay, and as an example, Maddison for Tottenham Hotspur, he throws the dart but then he goes away. You just go away. But he kept on going at the Liverpool fans. And the moment that Curtis Jones saw that, he got it all kicked in instantly. He wanted to defend, if you like, the honour and the respect of the travelling away fans of Liverpool at Goodison Park, given the occasion, given the history. I expect that Scousers have at Liverpool, the blue side versus the red, not just in this season, but going back decades. They will understand that ever more so than I'll ever would. But there's a history there. And Doucoure clearly didn't understand that. And this is not an excuse. He went towards the Liverpool fans and started goading them and giving them all of this. And Curtis Jones ran over to him and just grabbed him to pull him away from the Liverpool fans. And so for me, I think, if anything, he should be applauded for trying to defend that situation, to trying to diffuse that situation. Having slept on it overnight, I think with hindsight, the thing that he should have done is just got in between Doucoure, who was there, and the Liverpool fans, and just stood in front of Doucoure and said to him, go and celebrate somewhere else. But that's with hindsight. But I don't think Curtis Jones lashed out at him. He just grabbed him. And then, of course, there was a tussle there. And the moment that you grab someone like that and it all kicks off, the stewards went to try and separate him, Doucoure and Curtis Jones. Security, I even saw the police getting involved in there. And then from the fallout from that meant that there was a safety implication, not just for the Liverpool fans, but also for the Everton fans in the surrounding areas in that corner of the stadium. So And what I just don't understand is that my understanding is when a football player gets a red card, they should have to go down the tunnel. And if you look at it, if you look at the replay, right at the end, after the full-time whistle went, Arne Slot, together with Virgil van Dijk, went to the Michael Oliver in the middle of Goodison Park on the pitch to shake the hands and whatever. My understanding is at that point he hadn't received a red card. And behind the officials, you could still see that Doucoure, with have been received a red card, he was still on the pitch, giving it all the banter to Virgil van Dijk as he was shaking the fan of the officials. And so for me, I just don't get that. I just don't get that. And then so how he went about it, Curtis Jones, about it, with hindsight, he should have just not touched him. But emotion, it's an emotional game. But for me, I think the person that lost that there big time is Doucoure, and I think he might get punished more by the FA because he just didn't understand that he got a red card, and I don't think he still understands the implications of what he did in litting, using Rio Ferdinand's words to TNT Sports. He lit it up, and in these type of matches, if you go towards their opposition fans, there's going to be there's a comeback, there's a reaction. And as I say, someone needs to pull Doucoure aside and say to him, listen, you can't do that because someone's going to get hurt in the stadium. That's the way I see it. So I think Curtis Jones won that duel, if you like, between Doucoure versus Curtis Jones, because Curtis Jones was just trying to pull him away, pull Doucoure away from the Liverpool fans. And the thing which I'm not too happy about is that Arne Slot, of course, he was upset because the goal was given and it was clear. I saw it. There was a foul on one of his defenders leading up to that equaliser from Everton, and nothing was doing. But he ran towards the fourth official as soon as that happened, and they can't. If the moment you do that, you're going to get a card. You're going to get reprimanded for that. So the managers need to tone it down now, because we need the referees to be trained, to be enhancing training. They can't be doing these decisions incorrectly on the pitch, and running at them and shouting at them. It's not going to solve the problem, I don't think. And now it turns out that the FA needs 3 working days to assess not only the report from Michael Oliver, they also need time to take in consideration of Arne Slot's past record of situations where he's been issued with yellow cards, etc., etc. So he's going to, Arne Slot and his assistant manager or coach, they're going to be in the dugout against Wolverhampton Wanderers. And then at the end of Monday, the close of business on Monday, the FA will then decide whether to give a call to Arne Slot and say, you need to come in the morning in the office, and we're gonna ask you to respond to these situations, and take it from there, I suppose. So it is what it is. I'm giving the winner of that duel to Curtis Jones, because I think he was only trying to diffuse it. He just went about it the wrong way. And now, if you look on every social media platform, they're not showing Doucoure, they're showing the Liverpool player Curtis Jones looking angry and looking like as the instigator of that situation, when it was not. That wasn't the case. So, and that, of the Liverpool fans that I do know of, that will infuriate them even more so. Remember that on April the 2nd, 8 p.m. kickoff, Everton have to then go to Liverpool, to Anfield, and it will be part 2 of what's happened yesterday. So that's going to be one. I expect that every Liverpool and every Everton player that fielded yesterday, they would want to be part of that match on the 2nd of April, I believe it is. It's a Wednesday, 8 p.m. kickoff. So mark your your calendars for that. But having said that, now what's happening is in social media now, Doucoure is getting a lot of abuse, and it's getting personal, and of course the racism goes into it, and that's why I say the managers need to tone it down. They need to tone it down, because that's why I think Arne Slot, not just him, Mikel Arteta is now aware of this situation. Every time that Mikel Arteta's Arsenal, before he had the injured players, he was calling at the referees for this and for that, blaming the design of the football. And now recently, Mikel Arteta is now saying in the conferences, we need to diffuse this against the referees and the officiating, because he understands as a professional in the game that they need the referees. If there is a problem, work on the problem. Don't make the problem bigger and get it out of control. Fix the problem, work at the problem. So that's why I say the managers and the coaching staff need to diffuse those situations. Yes, I understand, not because I've been a coach or a manager before. Of course I haven't been. But in the heat of the moment, they need to try and diffuse it at the moment. And a prime example is how Ruud van Nistelrooy responded when his side was knocked out of the FA Cup, when not one, not two, not three, but 4 Manchester United players were offside clearly, and the assistant referee wasn't able to find a way to lift the flag up. And at the end of that, Ruud van Nistelrooy said calmly to the media afterwards, he didn't go running to the fourth official or to the referee at the end of the game. He just said afterwards, quite frankly, what did he say? He said, I've got no control over that. And secondly, he said those kind of errors shouldn't be happening at this level. And he was absolutely spot on. So other managers and coaching staff need to look to how Ruud van Nistelrooy responded to a similar situation like that. But then, of course, this is Everton versus Liverpool. It's now getting out of hand now, because now Doucoure is now getting a lot of social media bad content said towards him, and is involving the authorities. This is why it's so important that during matches, the managers and the coaching staff, they need to start to diffuse these situations, because it's getting stupid, absolutely stupid. But it's getting absolutely silly now. For information, and they need to diffuse the situation. But at the same time, the key players in this is David Moyes and Arne Slot. They need to talk to their players and just diffuse the situation. And if there's any issues during any further matches, just take it on the chin, what the officials say, and it is what it is. Because it's getting absolutely silly now of what's happening to the players afterwards online. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely madness. Right. Why is West Ham playing tomorrow? Oh, so Graham Potter has spoken. Of course, he's the West Ham manager. Oh yeah, and also just to wrap it up on the Merseyside derby, I think the man of the match for that match was Mo Salah. I think that assist that he did, that was a peach of a pass for that McAllister goal, and then he scored the second goal for Liverpool. The reason why Liverpool came off with only a point is because the way they conceded that first goal against Everton. And as I said at the beginning of this morning show, oh my God, it's 2:00, is other Premier League managers and Champions League football managers and coaches, they'll be looking at how Liverpool were vulnerable on set pieces and how they defend high line those set pieces. And it was just too easy. No one's talking about the errors that Liverpool did on the field of play. Everyone's talking about the madness that happened at the end. There you go. It is what it is. West Ham managers. Okay, I'll round it off with this and then I'll knock it on the head. West Ham, Graham Potter on Team News, he goes on to say, of course, West Ham on Saturday, 8 p.m. kickoff at, I nearly said Upton Park, at the London Stadium, I suppose. I'll never understand why West Ham left Upton Park. That really had a character, that stadium. Certainly when I went there, as an away fan, they used to throw money at me, coins down at me. I used to collect them. Anyway, West Ham, Graham Potter, West Ham manager says, we've had some positive news in the terms of Paqueta has trained, so he'll be available. Alvarez should also be available, and Todibo, I should say, is also making progress and has a good chance of making the squad, but probably a little bit too soon to be starting in the 11. That's Graham Potter on his West Ham side. And of course, we all know that Fulkrug and Antonio are still way away because of their injuries. And Somerville is also not available for Graham Potter there. Graham Potter goes on to say, it's a different dynamic. We've used Mo. I won't read that, but it's basically Graham Potter saying that because of the injuries and players coming back to full fitness, they've had to shuffle it about. Please hit a like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace if you are new. And as I say, this has been a reaction of what happened yesterday at the Merseyside derby. And I just think the managers for both clubs, for all football clubs, they need, when they see these situations unfolding during match days, they need to diffuse it because it's getting absolutely silly. They got lucky last night and no one was hurt or injured. For me, the managers, the coaching staff, they have to lead by example and lead that example on their players on the pitch, because they got lucky last night and no one was actually physically injured at Goodison Park when the fans went encroaching onto the pitch areas and stuff like that. So it's yes, I understand it's a passionate sport and people have emotions and people make mistakes. We all make mistakes, but they need to work at the problems and diffuse it because it's getting out of hand out there. Real talk. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace if you are new. And that is it's a little bit on Arsenal. We know, but they've got 4 attackers out. He says here, I will be wondering where it comes from in absence of Saka hazards. Yeah, they haven't got many attackers now, Arsenal, and they didn't buy anyone in the transfer window, unless they've got problems with the fair play. Right, I'm going to stop it there. I've got to thank everyone in the chat. I'm going to go from the top downwards. A massive thank you to Steve RFC. A massive thank you to Daniel90. Thank you very much for dropping in all those amazing comments in there. And I think that's about it that dropped in today. Yes, thank you very much, Daniel90, for the contributions thus far. I'm just going to quickly check before I log off what is going on. And people are still discussing what happened yesterday. It's I cannot emphasize highly enough. The managers, the coaching staff, on those technical areas, they need to diffuse these situations as they evolve during the match. Because if they don't do it, the players are not going to listen to anyone else. It's getting absolutely silly out there. And as I say, in April the 2nd, Everton have to go back to Anfield for the other Merseyside derby this season in the Premier League. Also, breaking news as well from the FA. They have announced today, is breaking within the last half an hour, 2 hours, the semi-automatic offside technology will be used in English domestic football for the first time during the 5th round of the FA Cup. On Thursday, the Football Association announced that the technology will be used in the 7 games. There should be 8 games, but maybe one of them, because the stadium probably hasn't got the capability, I expect. I'm trying to think which one that might be. But anyway, on Thursday, the Football Association announced that the technology will be used in 7 games taking place in the Premier League stadiums. The AFA added the following successful live operations in the Emirates FA Cup. The Premier League will look to implement the system later this season. So it's an unrolling program that FA are trying to introduce to facilitate the match day officials on pitch side, of course, and those working at Stockley Park in accuracy and consistency in doing the analysis of when there is a foul, offside, and whatever. So they look like they're going to be introducing that. Premier League clubs anonymously approved its use for the 24-25 season in April, with a planned introduction date of October 2024, although that was delayed to allow for further testing of the technology. So that means they've been pat testing, or they've been dummy practicing this for some time now. So they think that it's now ready to be implemented live for match fixtures. UEFA introduced a semi-automated offside technology in the Champions League, as someone mentioned in the chat, at the start of the 22-23 campaign. The semi-automatic offside technology will provide more efficient placement of virtual offside line based on the optical player tracking, and produce a virtual graphics to ensure that the enhancement in the stadium and the broadcast experience for the football fan is present. That's what the FA is saying. The operation of semi-automatic offside technology, it's a bit of a mouthful, and they've got to reduce the name for that, surely. The operation of the semi-automatic offside technology does not change the accuracy of the decision making, but enhances the speed and efficiency of the process. I worry as a football fan that the referee and the assistant referees and the people working at Stockley Park, they're just going to go with the system and not actually look what actually happens. But who knows? We'll see what happens. Video assistant referees, VAR, will also be active across all 8 FA Cup 5th round ties. VAR, including the match at the champion side, Preston. That's probably the side of Preston where they can't put that in, because maybe the infrastructure is not in place, with referees making in-stadium VAR announcements. The 5th round is scheduled, of course, for the weekend, Saturday, the 1st of March. Right, that's it. I'm going to call it. I'm going to wrap it. It's gone. I've done 4 hours live streaming. It's supposed to be only a morning show, and I've gone into nearly 2:30. Again, I cannot thank enough the individuals that contributed during the chat. Thank you very much for that. It helps me a great deal for you lot to get stuck in the chat. If you have any comments at the end of the match, please, at the end of the live feed, please leave comments below. I think that's what you're supposed to say. But please be constructive, and please be respectful to other people in the comments section. Also, if you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego Palace. I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers, so please subscribe at Diego Palace. Leave the notification bell on, and if you haven't liked my very second ever morning show, should be day show now, it should be called. I've enjoyed it, and I hope you also have too as well. Please hit like and subscribe at Diego Palace, and I'll catch you up possibly later on for the match watch along between Porto versus Roma. I think that's the one I'm going to feature. Porto versus Roma. There is some other interesting ties there as well. Just quickly, one last refresh. I've just explained about Slot's red card. They have to have 3 working days, the FA. Of course, they have Thursday, Friday, and then the end of Monday. And then they will, I presume, contact Arne Slot and the system manager over there on what's going to happen there. Quickly, one last check there. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Please have a pleasant afternoon, and I'll catch you up in the evening for the evening match watch along between Porto versus Roma. Thank you very much for watching my morning football show, and thank you, Steve RFC. I was wondering if there's anybody out there. Since you're there, I'm going to quickly run out because I know you were asked there earlier on. I didn't think you were there, so I wasn't going to say it. Quickly, my predictions are in the UEFA Europa League. I've gone for Fenerbahce 2, just for the record, because I know people do ask. They'll be like, oh, at Diego C. Palace, I don't flip-flop, I don't moonwalk, and I don't throw my goats, my managers, my players, my fighters underneath the buses. Unlike those Manchester United fans, unlike those Arsenal fans, unlike those Liverpool fans, I never flip-flop. At Diego C. Palace, I never flip-flop on my picks, whether it's NFL, UFC, football here in the UK. I always keep to it. There's my proof. Steve RFC, yeah, good games later. We'll catch up later on. I'm going for Fenerbahce 2, Anderlecht 0, Ferencváros 1, Victoria Plents 2, Midtjylland 0, Real Sociedad 2, Union St. Gilloise 0, Ajax turning the corner 1. So good luck to Ajax there. AZ 0, Galatasaray 3, Poak 0, 1 to FCSB. I believe that's a Romanian football side. Porto 0, 2 for Roma, and 20 FC 0. But they win on penalties against Bodo Glimt because I've gone for a 0-0. In the UEFA Conference League, I suppose Chelsea fans will be interested in this one because they may face one of these sides. I've gone for Selhe. No, Selhe. I put the 0 as an O. Selhe 0. APOEL 2, Molde 1, Shamrock Rovers 3. So good luck to the Irish team there, Shamrock Rovers. Hopefully they can get that. Oh, I knew Steve would have done his picks. I'm going to get more than you know that. I could never catch you up, but there we go. TSC. The difference between me and Steve is that actually I have I know where Ajax is. I know where Galatasaray is. I know where Roma, where Porto is. I know where FC20, Bodo Glimt are. Fenerbahce. But the rest of the teams are struggling. I was quite good at geography back in the day, but never mind. In the UEFA Conference League, Selho 0, APOEL 2, Molde 1, Shamrock Rovers 3, TSC 0, Jagielka 1. I mean, where is that? I don't know. Reykjavik, which I think is from Iceland 2. Panathinaikos 0. Borac Brava 1. Limpasa nil. Ghent 2, or Gwent 2. Real Betis 1. Copenhagen 1. Heidenheim 0. And Armenia Nicosia 2. Paphos 2. But a win in penalties for Armenia Nicosia. I don't know where that team features from. Big up to, oh my days, Steve, what you like? Just about to wrap up. Oh my days, I need a drink for this now. Oh my days. I don't know. I need to get a soft drink. Quickly. Oh, let me just put this here. Oh my god. Right, Steve ROC says in the chat, big up to Steve. I knew you were still big up. Please hit a like and subscribe at Diego C. Palace. And I'll do a wrap up in a minute of my morning show that is like 2:30 into it. Oh my days. It is Steve RC says none FB1, Anderlecht nil, Ferencváros nil, Plents nil. But hang on a minute. Oh no, is it 1 or 2 legs so it doesn't go to penalties? I was such a numpty. So I thought they'd be just playing one game and then it'll go extra time and penalties, but clearly they're not. Live and learn. Live and learn. I expect when my Crystal Palace team goes into Europe, I'll find this out. Midtjylland 0, Sociedad 2, Royal 1, Ajax 1. You've gone with AZ 0, GS 0, Porto 2, Roma 2, Poac 0, FCSB of Romania 0, 20, 0, Bodo Glimt 0. You've gone for quite a few draws. So I'm just saying, Steve, are you just like picking the easy option there? What's going on here? But I know you know your European sides really well. What's going on here? I haven't gone for that many draws. Oh, I'm going to lose that. I'm going to get this so wrong. Selhe 1, Apoel 0, Molde 2, Shamrock Rovers 0. Nah, Shamrock Rovers are going to win, man. It's their lucky day, man. TSC 0, Jagielka 0. And then Steve RC goes for Reykjavik. I think that is an Iceland team. 0, Panathinaikos 3, Luka 2, and Juliana 1, Copenhagen 1, Heidenheim 0. What did I go for that? Oh, I've gone for the same there. Ghent 0 and 3 for Betis. And Armenia 2 and Paphos 2. Armenia versus Paphos are both from Cyprus. All right, so even 2 teams from the same nation are allowed to go up against each other. Big up to you, Steve. I didn't know that. I really appreciate all that information. Right, that's it. This is going to be going on and on this whole week, or what's left of it, of what happened last night. And yeah, it's getting out of hand now. And I think all parties concerned, they need to diffuse it, they need to bring it down. And but on match days, I know it's an emotional sport, and clearly the managers and the coaching staffs on the technical areas, you know, emotions right high, but they need to tone it down. They need to tone things down a bit, because the players should respond to that, and then everything gets diffused a little bit, because it's just getting absolutely silly right now. Good thing about two country teams playing each other's shorter travel, especially with the 17 UCL games before 2003, had two group stages, but one better with 8 games than 2 groups and 12 games. I think perhaps that's why they've introduced it. I don't know. Is it really going to reduce the amount of times? Well, there's a lot of players out there getting injured, Steve. Before 2003, far more games playing almost every week, heavy schedule. Yeah, I think that's probably why they've done it, Steve. It probably makes sense. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe at Diego C. Palace if you are new. And why is it doing that? Wow, you guys are amazing, man. I mean, to get the views that it's getting at the moment, I can't thank you enough. And kind of a little of an apology. It was supposed to be only a morning show. My intention was to start at 10 and finish like at 11:30, but I haven't learned how to structure it. So it's just like a morning show and then maybe an early afternoon show and then the watch along in the evening. Maybe I need to sort of restructure that a bit better. And that's it. Okay. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. Please have a wonderful afternoon, and I hope to catch you up later on in my watch along between who is it? Porto versus Roma. I've got to go and do 100 things that I was supposed to do at midday. Oh my days. And Steve RSC, thank you very much in the chat, and a massive thank you to Daniel 000. Quickly, I think Damo 1168. A massive thank you to you as well. Thank you very much, all of you, for your input, and catch you up later. Stay safe out there, and everyone, because of what happened yesterday. Let's diffuse it. Let's put the fire out. Let's diffuse it, and let's talk about the football. We've got to diffuse it because it's just getting out of hand. Real talk. Stay safe, everyone. We'll catch you up later on, and take care. Thank you very much for watching. Take care. See you later. Bye-bye.